yesterday's wife. I felt like you died. Didn't you ask you that too?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
We're getting ready to start our meeting. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, sir.
I know Mayor Van Johnson has stepped away for a moment. Mayor Pro Tem and District 5 Alderwoman Dr. Estella Shabazz.
Present.
Chairman and District 4 Alderman Nick Palumbo.
Present.
Vice Chair and District 3 Alderwoman Linda Wilder Bryan.
Merry Christmas. Let's go.
Post 1 Alderwoman Carolyn H. Bell.
Present.
Post 2 Alderwoman Alicia Miller Blakely.
Present.
District 1 Alderwoman Bernetta B. Lanier.
Present.
District 2 Alderman Dietrich Leggett.
Here.
And District 6 Alderman Curtis Pertee.
Present.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much, Mr. Massey, our clerk. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our Savannah City Council on today. Today is Thursday, December 19th, 2024, and the time is 2:03. At this time, we are going to ask that, who's our person?
Bernetta.
Alderwoman Lanier is going to be introducing, and she's going to be our invocator for today. Our mayor will be back shortly. He just stepped out just for a brief moment, and he shall return shortly. Alderwoman Lanier.
Thank you. Good afternoon to City Council, to staff, and to each and every citizen in the room and in the sound of my voice.
Please stand.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadows of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, for I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Precious Father God, join us in this sanctuary. We thank you, Lord, for another day to be in your presence. We ask that you bless these proceedings, Lord. Bless every issue that we discuss. Lord, anoint this body so that we might be able to serve your people, and that all the work that we do shall be pleasing unto thy sight. Bless us, each and every one, in this holy season. Bless every household. Bless Savannah. Lord, allow us to come together as one as we lift you up and worship in this holy time. We thank you, we praise you, we lift you up. These and all other blessings that we ask in the name of your Son, Yeshua. Amen?
Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alderwoman Lanier, as we honor our country by saying our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes, sir.
I move for the adoption of the regular meeting agenda for December 19, 2024.
Second. You've heard the motion and the second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
moving on to the approval of the minutes, I move for the approval of the minutes for the work session and city manager's briefing held on November 26, 2024 at 11 a.m. and the approval of the minutes for the regular meeting held on November 26, 2024 at 2 p.m.
Second motion.
You've heard the motion and the second for the approval of the minutes for the work session and city manager's briefing held on November 26, 2024 at 11 o'clock p.m. and the motion for and second for the approval of the minutes for the regular meeting held on November the 26th, 2024 at 2 o'clock p.m. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? It's 9-8-0 is the vote. At this time, I would like to, we're going to have an appearance and presentation by Hunter Army Airfield in support of National Reef Across America Day on December 14th, 2024. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and distinguished members of the City Council. Thank you very much, fellow residents of Savannah, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Derek Taylor. I'm the commander of Hunter Army Airfield. It's an honor to stand before you today on behalf of Wreaths for Warriors Walk. The brave men and women of the 3rd Infantry Division are represented by Wreaths for Warriors Walk at Fort Stewart and Hunter Army Airfield for their sacrifices during the global war on terror. We gather here during this season of giving and remembrance to present this wreath, a symbol of our community's enduring respect and gratitude for those who have made the ultimate sacrifice to our nation. This wreath is not just a decoration. It is a profound reminder of the lives lost, the families forever changed, and the freedom we continue to enjoy because of their sacrifices. Each branch of the evergreen represents the resilience of those who serve. The circular shape reminds us of the unending bond we share as a community committed to honoring their legacy. Wreaths for Warriors Walk is a sacred tradition born from the spirit of duty and remembrance, and ensures the sacrifices of our fallen heroes are never forgotten. The 3rd Infantry Division, stationed just a short distance from here at Fort Stewart and Hunter Army Airfield, continues to uphold the values of honor, courage, and commitment, values that unite us all as Americans. As we present this wreath to the city of Savannah, we entrust it to the care of the community. You've always stood shoulder to shoulder with our military families. Savannah's rich history of patriotism and support for our armed forces is a testament to the compassion and strength of this city.
Stand here and take some pictures.
Wonderful.
Here.
All right.
Manager, would you like to come up?
Yes, ma'am.
One moment, please.
Oh, one more, I think.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem, is it proper to offer a moment of silence for those in memory of receiving that wreath?
Say it a little bit louder, sir, because it's
They're proper.
time.
Maybe have a moment of silence to receive that wreath for those who have served and lost their lives. Thank you.
We want to thank you so much on behalf of our mayor, who just stepped out for just a few moments. We are surely thankful to have Hunter Army Airfield here in our neighborhood. And, you know, I get a little personal with it because it's in the 5th District. But we are so thankful. What's your
Lieutenant Colonel.
Lieutenant Colonel Taylor,
Yes, ma'am.
who is you're always on the scene in our city, throughout our city, when the Army and the Air Force, the armed forces are having something in our city. So thank you so much for this wreath. And it was surely, I don't know exactly where it's going to go and where the mayor is going to put it, since our city hall is under renovations, but I'm pretty sure he will have it in a particular place, in a safe place. Okay? Thank you so much for coming. Happy holidays to you. At this time, I'm just going to move the agenda around just for a little bit. I'm going to ask Ms. Luchina to come up for the recognition of the City of Savannah celebrating 235 years. 235 years.
Good afternoon, members of City Council, staff, and citizens. I'm Luchana Spraker, Director of the City's Municipal Archives. It's my honor to come before you today and let you know about our very special birthday coming up on Monday, our very own 235th birthday. 235 years ago, on December 23rd, 1789, the Georgia General Assembly passed an act incorporating the city of Savannah and creating the city government under the leadership of a mayor and alderman. Savannah of 1789 was a much smaller place than today. The city limits included the 6 original wards laid out in the 1730s, as well as the hamlets of Ewensburg, St. Gall, and Yamacraw on the west side of town. The city's population was just 2,300 people. Our current population is over 147,000. The first city election was held on March 1st, 1790 at the Public Market in Ellis Square, during which Savannah citizens elected 7 aldermen to 1-year terms. Can you imagine? 1-year terms. 1 week later, on March 8th, from their own body, the aldermen selected John Houston as Savannah's first mayor. Prior to serving as our mayor, he served as Georgia's second governor. The new city council got to work very quickly. They met every Tuesday, and they rotated among several community buildings for their meetings, most often the old Filature building, which was on Reynolds Square. Today, we are fortunate that we have our own special building, City Hall, which we're currently doing restoration work after 120 years in City Hall. As you review your 2025 city budget today, I thought you would appreciate the challenges of our first administration. They had similar priorities, including fire protection, keeping the peace, public health, business regulation, as well as capital improvements and city expansion. Their first budget, passed in 1790, reflected the huge obstacles the city had to overcome. Major expenses were estimated at what would be $195,000 today, and this included things like water wells in all the squares and a new fire engine. But their income would only be about $85,000 in today's money, which was generated from things like rents on city properties and liquor licenses. So you can see they started with a very unbalanced budget. They were short over 50% what they estimated they needed for that very first full year. So as you finalize your 2025 budget, I think you can see how they really started at a disadvantage. Despite those early challenges, the city of Savannah has rose to them, and I'm sure has exceeded the expectations of our very first mayor and city council. We can look back on the past 235 years of service and dedication to our citizens and take pride in where we started and how far we've come. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's always important for us to keep our history and herstory in front of us so that we can first, I believe, see how blessed we are, even in this day and time, from where we have come from to where we are now. So thank you so much. She is our keeper of our history and herstory of the city of Savannah.
Madam Pro Tem.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to make a comment. Thank you so much for that. And I'm such a history buff because we know that the colony of Savannah was founded in 1733, and we weren't a city at the time, but we were one of the original 13 colonies, and Savannah is the flagship city in the state of Georgia. So we spent 46 years under a colonial government until we founded and set up this city council. And I think it's good for us to embrace that history. And thank you very much.
So welcome. Anyone else? All right. I'm going to ask Alderman Palumbo, our chair of council, to come now.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Ladies and gentlemen, members of council, it's an honor to be here in front of you today and to welcome. We have a living legend amongst us. Liz Ann, please come and join us. Liz Ann, whereas the City of Savannah is proud to recognize individuals whose dedication, talent, and service have profoundly enriched our community. And one such individual is Lizanne Humans Roberts.
Yes.
Lizanne has been instrumental in developing public-private collaborations that have made a significant contribution to the health and vitality of Savannah and all of Chatham County. Lizanne has served with dedication as Executive Director of the Coastal Georgia Indicators Coalition and the Chatham Family Connection Partnership, where her leadership has strengthened coalitions, systems, nonprofits, and engaged the community with data-driven initiatives for the betterment of public health. Lizanne was instrumental in the creation of Healthy Savannah and the Front Porch. Also, she served on the steering committee for the Mayor's Racial Equity and Leadership Task Force and coordinated and updated its report. And whereas, throughout her career, Lizanne has been recognized for her outstanding contributions, including being named a Community Star by Savannah Technical College in 2021, receiving the inaugural Peace Builder Award from the Mediation Center of the Coastal Empire in 2022, and the prestigious Howard and Mary Morrison Award in 2023 for her impactful work. And whereas Lizanne's commitment to public service extends far beyond her professional roles, as she has actively served her community on the boards of several organizations, including the Vestry of St. Thomas Episcopal Church, Inspire Savannah, TEDx, Women Heart, and the Front Porch, while also lending her expertise to the Georgia Health Initiative Board. And whereas Lizanne's unwavering commitment, leadership, and love for her community have left an indelible mark, and her legacy to inspire future generations of health advocates and community leaders for years to come. Now, therefore, we, Van R. Johnson, honor and celebrate your retirement of Lizanne Roberts. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor, and Mayor Pro Tem and Chair. Thank you for this honor to stand before you today. I've had the privilege over my 29 years in Savannah to work with 5 mayors on different initiatives, bringing influence from our community into the work that the city does. And I'm very grateful for the opportunities that I've had over the course of these 29 years here to improve the health of our community. I'm very humbled by this. I was not expecting it at all, and I'm very grateful in my heart to God for putting me here in Savannah. It definitely is my home that I love, with all of its bumps and bruises that we have and all the challenges that we have in our community. Otis Johnson said to me recently that he said, "You can retire, but you cannot sit down." So while I'm retiring, I hope to continue to make good trouble in our community and continue to be a partner with you as you pursue the well-being of our community. So thank you all very, very much.
Thank you all so much, and good afternoon. There are some people who, whenever you're ready to ride, you know who to ride with. And so my experience has been when there was an opportunity, I sent out an email saying, "You're ready to ride." And Lizanne has always been ready to ride. Whatever it was, if it was for the good of the community, she was always there. And so we spent a lot of time with each other over the last 20 years. I remember fondly we were in Kansas somewhere, and a tornado was coming. And what do you do with a tornado? She said, "I don't know." It's like, "Let's go." She said, "No, you don't leave." And but she has certainly been one. We have so many ingredients we have to make this community great, and her work continues to resonate throughout this community, not only now, but really for generations to come. And I am so appreciative for you. We've watched you have triumphs and challenges, and yet we've also watched you persevere. So as Mayor Johnson said so eloquently, you can. I'm still going to be calling you. I mean, I have your number. But, you know, we wanted to make sure that you had your roses and you could see this community's appreciation while you can see it. And so I want you to know how much we appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Lizanne, before you leave, I would like to thank you for all of the good things you've done in this community. What some people may not know is that she once was an employee of the city of Savannah. So that really is where I met Lizanne before she, as a health professional, before she went out into the community to do greater things. So thank you for the collaborative effort you provided in bringing many entities together for the good of the community. And I appreciate the times we've spent together on special projects. Particularly, I think I see Assistant Chief Robert Gavin back in the back. I'm sure he would agree that we've had some good times and some challenging times trying to establish the front porch. But it's a reality, and it's definitely a credit to this community, and we owe a lot of that to you. So thank you.
May I say one more thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Many of you may know I worked with the behavioral health unit, the formation of that, over the last few years. It really started in 2019, 2020, and I'm continually in awe of the work that they do. And it has been a great privilege to work with them in these past years in the formation of addressing mental health in our community in a compassionate way. And just so I shared this with the city manager earlier this week, they've served about 375 people so far this year, and only 7% of those individuals had to be detained. Mm-hmm. That is the opposite of what was happening before. So you are to be commended for continuing to support this formation and the sustainability of the behavioral health unit. Our role has really been to figure out the challenges and help bridge those challenges and measure the success. And for that, I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Good. Very good.
Thank you very, very much. A couple of other quick things I want to lift up, Mr. City Manager, and it's not on program, but it's worth lifting up. We continue to live in a very blessed community, and I want to lift up the generosity of this community. For the 2024 United Way campaign, we had a goal of $125,000. We raised $156,625. And this goes back in our community. It helps our community. Not only it helps our neighbors, but it helps ourselves. And so I'm grateful. Is Stephen Maxwell here? Come hither.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Jack, Chief McCutcheon, Jack, is he here?
I think Assistant Chief is taking a vacation today. Well deserved.
All right. Well, let's give them a round of applause. Very much. Again, the reality is that those are blessed to be a blessing. And so as we continue to ensure that our employees have what they need, there is a stewardship of affluence and influence, and we need to be able to give back. And so thank you, Stephen. I saw you running all through City Hall and flying all over the place. And the threat that I made, it's okay. You made it. You made it. So I said make $125,000, and he went almost $25,000, or a little over $25,000 more. So I don't know if you want to say anything, but I know if your team is here, you can recognize them as well.
Thank you. Again, my name is Stephen Maxwell. I'm the 2024-2025 campaign chair for United Way with the City of Savannah. This campaign committee has been a tremendous support team. So we all went out and we reached out to our team members, departments. We hit the ground running, and we were able to not only meet the goal, but we exceeded the goal. It was a huge team effort. So I thank you all to the committee.
Good job.
Thank you so much. We're going to double that for next year, just to let you know. Thank you very much. The second thing I wanted to lift up, as you all know, the City of Savannah held a 10 Days of Giving canned food drive from November the 4th to 15th. If you don't know anything about the City of Savannah, this is tough competition here. This is rough. I mean, departments are not talking to each other. They are just walking by. They're mugging each other. They're talking trash in emails and on Microsoft Teams. But we're proud to announce that the competition bore this community well. We collected 34,653 canned goods. is the highest amount ever collected by city staff.
My goodness.
And so, Team Savannah, give yourselves a big round of applause as well. All of the canned goods were donated to the Second Harvest Food Bank. So we had a press conference out there to commemorate this on December the 5th. Mr. Manager, Team Savannah, thank you again. We're going to lead in service, but we're also going to lead in giving. So thank you all so much for continuing to set a high standard for public government in the region. We will continue to lead. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, while we're doing these presentations, I got to stand up and say this.
Oh.
You guys, please. So I actually need a drum roll. Deidre, can I get a drum roll? Okay, so I just got a text. This is amazing. From the National League of Cities. They just concluded their special board meeting to vote unanimously for Mayor Van Johnson of Savannah, Georgia, as the new second vice president, y'all. Before he tells me to shut up and sit down, this position has not been held since John Rasakis. So the R in Van R. Johnson is for resilient. He's a GOAT, y'all, and that's my friend.
Thank you. Thank you, Alderwoman, and to all of you. Part of the reason was the vacancy was created by a loss of an election. And so I was up for second vice, and so they confirmed me just a few moments ago. The National League of Cities is the largest organization in the nation representing cities, 19,000 cities, towns, and villages. We have members. Dr. Johnson, Otis Johnson is here. He's been on the nominating committee. Mayor Ed Jackson has been on the board. I've been on the board now 3 times. Since 1979, when John Rasakis was the president of the National League of Cities, in 2 years, God willing, I'll be the president of the National League of Cities. And so grateful. It's always an opportunity to lift up Savannah, certainly lift up this council, and certainly the work that we do. So thank you all very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations on that.
Want to move just a little out of order for expediency's sake. I wanted to move number 61 up. And this, I wanted to do, this is the approval of an honorary street designation for Reverend Matthew Southall Brown Sr. Way, located on East Broad between Hartridge and Nickel Street. Ms. Brown and the family, y'all come on up. This has been a journey.
Yes.
And I will tell you that, you know, there are often roadblocks to get into the way. It is important for people to remain focused, to keep the main thing, and certainly to be resilient. Reverend Matthew Southall Brown was Savannah's pastor. Not only was he the pastor of the St. John Baptist Church for many years, certainly we all have our Pastor Brown story. He certainly was pastoral in his love and care for this community. And we knew when he passed away that we wanted to do something more permanent to recognize the fact that he was here, he loved it, he served. We had an idea, and we moved forward in an idea, and we ran into a roadblock. More on that later. But yet resilient people move around roadblocks. They go over roadblocks, they go under roadblocks. And we continue to work with this family. Ms. Charles, come on up as well with Joe. Yeah. Come on up, Joe, as well. Come on up. And so we found a better alternative. And so I'm asking for your approval, and I'm going to make the motion that the street of East Broad between Hartridge and Nickel Street be named for the late, great Reverend Matthew Southall Brown Sr.
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
That's right.
I don't know if the family has anything that you want to say, but I'm standing up for that.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. I am the oldest son of Pastor Matthew Southall Brown Sr.
Right.
And we began this process in 2021. And this idea was brought to us, and we thank the mayor and the representatives for what they did. Our father sacrificed his family for this community. Even up until his 90s, he sacrificed his family. Maxine, my brother, and myself, thank you for what you have done. It's sort of emotional.
Take your time, sir.
Emotional to me. We'd like to thank the Ralph Ma Gilbert Civil Rights Museum, the Savannah Municipal Archives, and the Georgia Historical Society for taking on many of his papers and also his artifacts. He said to many of you that no night was too dark and no day was too long for him to help the city of Savannah. So we appreciate the fact of you remembering him, and he will be in the minds and hearts of his children, his grandchildren, and his great-grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to publicly thank Joe Shearhouse. Joe, this has been a journey of collecting signatures and then collecting more signatures and going back and forth. Joe stands, wait. I want to thank you because this was certainly not easy. But with this family's determination and certainly with your expertise, we're looking forward as soon as we can get it scheduled to gather on East Broad Street. And we're going to close the street down. And we're going to give this man, this legend, the honor that he deserves.
Here, here.
So thank you so much, Mr. Manager. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Thank you all so much.
Mr. Mayor.
Council, yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, thank you so much. Mr. Shearhouse, thank you. And Mr. Brown, you said 2021. It was a little bit longer than that when you all started talking about this. But I want to thank you, Mr. Shearhouse, for just, and I know he's going to say something, Alderman Leggett, so I'll let him make his comments because, you all were riding on this thing here together. So thank you so much for just staying with this and not letting it go and staying really close to the Brown family so that they could have everything that they needed. So when they knew if they had to pivot another way, they knew that you were there and the alderman was there to help them. Brown family, thank you all so much for just keeping the faith. Just keeping the faith when things kind of looked like it wasn't going to happen. But we are so grateful, and I can just feel the spirit of the Reverend Matthew Southall Brown Sr. right now. I can feel it right now because this is surely and truly an honor. And I'm going to be, if the Lord's willing, I'm going to be standing right there with all of you when we do the honor along with the alderman leading and Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I do have to share kudos with 2nd District Alderman Dietrich Leggett. Certainly, again, these types of things sometimes can get a little interesting. But we continue to persist. You had something you want to say, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And also thank you to the Brown family. And also thank you, Joe. It was actually it was a trek, Mr. Mayor. And
I know.
it was emotional at times because when you give somebody of this caliber a recognition, you think that everybody in the world will really be the first ones to jump to get it done. But I don't think this is enough, and I'm going to continue to advocate with our partners in the county to see if there's something else that we can do, because I actually started this campaign in the 5th district where he lives, but then come to find out he was born on the same street where he wound up pastoring. So he is actually the original, one of the originals that came out of that area where the fort is and all of the history of Savannah was. He actually started and he walked those streets. So when we start talking about black history, that's one of the first people that I think that we're going to have that conversation about.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. So we'll get that scheduled, and we'll make sure we have a great celebration. Thank you. And one other thing for expediency, I want to look at items number 40 through 45 under the Airport Commission.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I would like to make a motion for the approval of the airport items number 40 through 45.
Second.
motion.
Properly moved and seconded that we approve item number 40, approval to renew out-of-home advertising on Highway 278 and Highway 170 with Adams Outdoor Advertising in the amount of $279,903. Number 41, approval to procure 13 motor data terminals from ProLogic ITS LLC in the amount of $43,691. Item number 42, approval to execute a 5-year contract with Bonfire Interactive for sourcing software for electronic bidding in the amount not to exceed $145,000. 43, approval to procure a 15-passenger van from O.C. Welch Ford Lincoln in the amount of $58,635. Item number 44, approval to execute a contract with Semisu for the Airways fiber installation in the amount of $180,000. And 45, approval to award fountains and such for the Fountain Electrical Room refurbishment project in the amount of $73,933,000. You've heard the motion. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
if you please will let me thank the airport
Yes, ma'am.
commissioner representative for always inviting us and letting us make use of the clubhouse. It's awesome, y'all, and they take really good care of most of the elected officials in city and county. Thank you so much, and make sure you please tell them I said Merry Christmas. They take really good care of us. Thank you.
Thank you, and we have, I call it the greatest airport in the world, and we believe that it is certainly the #1 rated airport by the readers of Condé Nast magazine. We're proud of our airport. Thank you for all you do.
Very good.
Thank you. All right, under alcohol license hearings, items number 7 and 8. Item number 7 is approval of a Class D beer bottle wine and Class G wine complimentary alcohol license to James Krotz from Limestone Wines, a package store located at 513 East Alderthorpe Avenue, Suite G, located between Price and Houston Streets in the Aldermanic District 2. Item number 8 is approval of a Class D liquor, beer, and wine by the package alcohol license to Sahil Patel for Bradley Liquor, a package store located at 1102 Bradley Boulevard, Suite C, located between U.S. Highway 17 and Restoner Drive in Aldermanic District 6. These are public hearings. Does anyone have anything against any of these licenses? Going once. Going twice. Speak now, forever hold thy peace.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Pertee.
Move to close the hearing.
Second.
And properly moved and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item number 7, Alderman Leggett.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I ask that we approve the Class D wine by the package and a Class G wine complimentary alcohol license to James Krotz for Limestone Wines.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item number 8, Alderman Pertee.
Mr. Mayor, move for the approval of Class D liquor alcohol license as listed on the agenda.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded that we approve item number 8 for Sahil Patel for Bradley Liquor. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Those of our licensees, go forth and be great. Thank you. We will now enter into our final public hearing to receive comments on the 2025 proposed service program and budget, and we'll include our revenue on that as well, since there's no hearing associated with the revenue. Let me say at the onset, as I've said before, in its finest sense, the budget process is a conversation that occurs from the city manager representing city staff to the city council, from the city council to the community it serves, then back to the city council, then back to the city manager, and this process goes on for quite a while. The purpose of it is really to determine where we go from here. The city, by law, must have a balanced budget at the end of each year, and so therefore, by December 31st, the city of Savannah must have a balanced budget, and we will have a balanced budget. In that, there is a finite amount of funds available. Certainly, we have more funds available than we have requests. Every single member of this council has a lot of requests, and oftentimes they all exceed what we have to fund them. I will also tell you that during this process, we recognize that some things we can do now, some things we can do later. Some things are very specific in later terms, and some things we move towards. And so the job of the council and the manager is to find ways of being able to address those things. The city council has enunciated what we felt our priorities were. A budget being a moral document enunciates what those things are. We were very clear that we did not want to raise millage rates. We did not want to raise millage rates. And so we have a budget that does not raise our millage. We were also very clear and unanimous that we did not want to pull on reserves or draw down on our reserves to be able to fund this budget, that if we had growth, we would live off of growth. The city manager has delivered a budget that has done that as well. And so we find ourselves, well, we also were very clear that we wanted our employees, the phenomenal members of Team Savannah, to be paid well, to be paid at market, and so you will see that reflected here as well. I'm extremely excited because the minimum wage for a City of Savannah employee in this budget will move to about $18 an hour, which for us, you can't get people out of poverty while paying poverty wages. And just because you work for a municipality doesn't mean that you should have to go and get public assistance as well. So we have, I believe, a budget that fairly, justly compensates our employees for the work that they do. We expect superior service, so we need to pay superior pay. And so with that being said, Mr. Manager, I'm sure you have some starting comments. Then we have some cards here for those who want to make comments. You have 2 minutes to make comments. For that, it's not a question and answer. We will receive your comments. Then after we close the hearing, at that point, council will have their say, and then we'll see where we go from here. I will remind council, as I remind many of you, that the budget is balanced, and as it's balanced, if you move from one thing to another, you have to find a corresponding item to move from there to another. So this is a balancing act. Further, there are some things, I know there's some things that we're working on, manager, on the revenue front that the city manager will hopefully address. I know that it was important for me and some aldermen, particularly for some recreational opportunities throughout our city, particularly out in the Highlands area, and I believe we have a plan to be able to address that as well. So, Mr. Manager, if you will, please, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. And first of all, just a big thanks to Melissa Carter and Sansia Joseph Jarvis and Tori and the entire budget team for really hard work. These are long nights that we put in, not only to get the budget to you in November, but as we work through the adjustments over the last 4 weeks. And I also want to thank Mayor and Council, for the time that you have spent with me and staff to discuss your priorities, to dig into certain budget issues, and allow us the opportunity to provide more information to you that you needed. One of the adjustments that I would like to propose to Mayor and Council as it relates to our revenue ordinance, which defines especially fees that are charged for business types or for rental of municipal-owned spaces and other types of service fees. We heard from our liquor license holding businesses that some of the increases they felt were too high for 1 year. We received a lot of information, a lot of feedback from some of those establishment owners and operators. I think you have a letter at your desk from a representative of those businesses, Mr. Mike Backwer. Over the last several days, our staff have been working with those concerned business operators, has been working with the representative, Mr. Backwer, and we are proposing an adjustment to the revenue on those alcohol license fees that are associated. A little background I want to provide. There are, I believe, about 18 fee types associated with receiving or renewing an alcohol license. We have not increased those fees since 2018. And those fees do not make the city of Savannah money. They, go to provide for the regulatory services that we have to provide in the enforcement of alcohol license and alcohol license holders. The fee that we proposed in this year would have represented, I believe, a 40% increase in those fees in total. We heard from those business operators that they felt that, and I'm kind of paraphrasing from Mr. Backwer's letter, that while they would not say that no increase was warranted, they thought that this was too high. So as a result of those conversations, I think we've been able to look back at our budget plan, look back at our revenue, and be able to propose that council make an adjustment on the dais as they adopt the revenue ordinance to adjust down those alcohol-related fees by 50% than those proposed. So that we will be reducing the proposed fees based on the conversations that we've had with our business operators and with their representatives. And we will, and we've committed to, as we move into next year and as we move into the process for reviewing these fees in the future, to have to strengthen our communication and collaboration with our business operators and those who are and those who pay the fees, so that we can talk about any fee increases or decreases or changes to those in the future, and so that people feel more prepared for what we need in terms of our proposed fee ordinances.
Okay. Anything on budget you want to add, sir?
No, sir. I'm not recommending any changes to the current proposed budget. I think we will, and we do every quarter, provide budget adjustments as new priorities or emergent priorities are identified, and as additional revenue is realized, or where we need to move some things around. We do that every quarter. I think, as you said, the one request that I've heard from council members is around increased recreation funding. We've done an amazing job with Rec Reimagined in the last several years. I know that our residents have been very proud of the investments we've made. There are several new investments on the agenda today and several more in the proposed budget for next year. And as we identify any available funding through the year, we will come back with our quarterly budget amendments to continue to add to our work for Rec Reimagined, especially in our areas of the city that lack those amenities now, especially in our new growth areas.
Equity is also space and place. So thank you for committing to that. And council will be our responsibility, particularly as we have brought interim finance issues to be able to hold to not only the city manager's commitment, but our commitment to be able to fund those things. So let us move into the hearing, then we'll come back for council comments.
There's a question about this reduction in revenue fees.
This is just the hearing part. So I'm going to start with Mike Vacqua, Tom Worley, Matthew Britz, Trey Singleton, Frank Rose, Alex Bender, Jeffrey Downey. Now, let me just say you have 2 minutes. I'm going to be not much more beyond that. And please make sure that it's related to issues of budget or revenue. Okay, so after you state your name for the record, the clerk will start the clock, and then it'll be your turn to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Alderman and City Manager Mike Vack. We're speaking on behalf of the Georgia Restaurant Association for our alcoholic beverage license holders, not only about full-service restaurants, but also the bars in this community. We certainly appreciate the attention that you have given, City Manager, to this and to our request to reduce this fee. We certainly can support what has been proposed by the city manager. Hope that you would support that as well. And we have committed to the city manager and staff that we will work with staff to revisit this when you are looking at your 2026 budget to come up with whatever changes would need to be made in the next budget year. It is of keen interest to me that 235 years ago, one of the first things that the City Council addressed was alcoholic beverage fees, which was probably on Chatham Artillery Punch, rum, ale, and wine. We are still taxing those same things, and I will guarantee you that the fees, as we see, are much higher than they were then. With that, I thank you very much for your consideration and wish all of you to have a pleasant holiday season. And as an aside, Mr. Mayor, having been part of the Rusakis administration with Alderman Bell, you are in for the ride of your life as the incoming president of the National League of Cities. Wonderful organization, held in high regard for everybody, by everybody, and you have some big shoes to fill. Thank you.
Thank you. I have big feet. Thank you. Mr. Worley, Tom Worley? Okay.
Hi, my name is Tom Worley, business owner, Lone Wolf Lounge over on 41st Street in Lincoln. I just wanted to really come, I guess since we've already addressed it now, and thank you so much for the consideration. I think dropping that is a very wise move. You know, we talk about having budgets, and I'm glad to be in this meeting to learn about the budget process, but we also do the same thing. And when fees are raised in such an astronomical amount, like the beer license went from $1,500 proposed to $2,500 proposed, which is a giant increase. We're also trying to budget this stuff for next year. And just so y'all understand what we deal with as small business owners also, December and January are like the worst months that we deal with. We have the worst sales. We also have, on top of that, licensing fees are on the side of that coming up. And then we're also trying to pay Christmas bonuses, and we're also trying to get everything together for the end of the year. So if we don't have this information earlier, it's hard to budget for this. And I think we were a little taken aback when it was just sort of slipped in here at the last moment, and that was where we felt a little bit disrespected. We understand you got to balance things. Inflation's crazy right now. Everyone's feeling the pinch, but just better communication, I think, would be a good thing going forward on this issue, or anytime this is coming forward, because we have to have that information so we can continue to pay people the proper rates, et cetera, et cetera. So just wanted y'all to hear from me on that one.
I thank you, and I agree. We need to engage earlier, and we will.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Matthew Brisk. Did I pronounce it right?
Close, Bridge.
Names are important. I want to make sure I pronounce your name right.
Thank you, sir. It's an honor to be here. Matthew Bridge, on behalf of, I just accepted a new position, Executive Director of Savannah's Crime Stoppers. So I wanted to just take 30 seconds and introduce myself. Been here for 12 years. I just retired, federal law enforcement. Worked very closely with Savannah PD, federal, state, local law enforcement. I wholeheartedly believe in the mission of Crime Stoppers and all the tips we get. It can always be better, but I have 3 daughters. Like I said, we've lived here. Savannah's home. It is near and dear to my heart for sure. And anything we can do to make Savannah better and think outside the box, whether it be technology, all these anonymous tips coming in, I'm proud to be a part of it. I just want to make Savannah as safe as we possibly can and work very closely, of course, with my friends and respected colleagues at Savannah PD. But I'll be here for all our meetings, and you have my contact information. I look to have any meetings with anybody that would like to have meetings, and we just want to keep Savannah as safe as possible for all of us. So it's an honor. Just wanted to introduce myself, say thank you, and Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays.
Thank you. Welcome aboard.
Does he have a public number he can share now? Do you have a public number you can share now, sir?
Working on that, ma'am. I signed in with the new email address. Yes.
We'll make sure. We'll make sure. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Trey Singleton, and then Frank Rose.
Greetings, Mr. Mayor and Council. I also want to say greetings to the City Manager. Today I come to you. I came here last session, and I was requesting assistance for Urban Mentoring Academy of Savannah to remain a vital organization within our community. Unfortunately, we have not received funding for the 2025. We were not recommended. And since then, we have been afforded the opportunity to have a meeting with the panel that made that decision. Unfortunately, when we had that meeting, we were met under false pretenses, whereas we gave them the plan for 2025, which I believe they loved. They told us that they loved it. But at the end of that meeting, we were told that regardless of what I'm telling them, there's no funds to give. So I definitely want to say thank you to the city for assisting us for 2023 and 2024. But it seems that unfortunately, Urban Mentoring Academy of Savannah will not be able to provide services for our community in 2025 as we have been informed. What we are losing is a plumbing apprenticeship program, a HVAC apprenticeship program, and a citizenship program for the summer that is in connection with the American Legion and a company out of Middle Georgia, which is called the PHCC Academy, who is willing to partner with us to do these apprenticeship classes and summer work programs. All of this is going out of the window. So we're here to say thank you for the 2 years that you have assisted us, and we really wish we could have been working with you for 2025. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. Stay tuned. Thank you.
Stay tuned.
Mr. Rose? This is about the budget, right, sir? Sir. Okay, because I see a bunch of stuff on here, and this is the public hearing about the budget.
We cannot speak.
You can't speak about these things here, sir.
What do I go to speak about?
Well, these things have nothing to do with the city of Savannah. You need to take this up with the county.
I'm already dead. I'm exhausted.
Okay, well, this is. I'm saying this is out. No, sir. This is not in the purview of the city government.
I've already exhausted everything I do.
Well, sir, then you need to seek legal counsel. But this is not under the purview of the city. So, well, I understand. With all due respect, you need to seek legal counsel. It would be inappropriate for us to hear this in this venue.
Nobody will listen to me.
You need to seek. They listen to attorneys. All right, our attorney is going to talk to you, but you need to seek an attorney.
I had an attorney, Joe Napani.
Okay, you see that handsome fella right there?
I have all the paperwork.
All right, I understand. He's going to talk to you.
Alex Bender.
Go Trey.
Hey, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Alex Bender. I'm a owner of the Hawthorne Minibar, 524 MLK. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today regarding the proposed increase in alcohol licensing fees. I'm here before you not only as a small business owner, but as a community member who believes in supporting local enterprises that add character, vibrancy, and economic stability to our city. While I understand the need for the city to generate revenue and regulate alcohol sales responsibly, the proposed increase in alcohol licensing fees presents significant challenges for small businesses. One primary issue is that the fee structure is flat. It was mentioned that these fees don't generate a lot of money for the city, that they go to cover regulatory things. There's not a reason that small businesses should subsidize those bigger businesses that require more attention. There's multi-million-dollar corporations running hotels, restaurants, larger industries, and then there's other small businesses that come out of pocket to open up. They pay all these fees. It disproportionately affects us. It creates a significant financial burden. A flat fee means a small business like mine, which typically operates with smaller profit margins, are disproportionately affected. Even a modest increase can represent a large percentage of the operating budget for a small bar or restaurant. In contrast, larger businesses with higher revenue can absorb the cost with little financial strain. Furthermore, this discourages local entrepreneurship. It's not easy to open a business up. I don't think anybody here could list all the fees from memory that you have to pay to open a business, even double that if you have to do a change of use. Small businesses like mine contribute significantly through taxes, local hiring, vendor partnerships, community events. We're forced to cut costs due to increased fees. It creates an economic ripple effect, impacts employees, suppliers, the economic ecosystem of our community. A couple of proposed solutions are scaled licensing fees.
Sir. You go ahead, just last sentence. And
all right, scaled licensing fees and small business consideration. Also bringing these things up sooner that we can address these and find better solutions before they go into effect. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that we've heard that as well, and I think some adjustments have already been made. By the way, I love your spot.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't have any other comments. Is there a motion to close?
Mayor?
Yes.
I move to close the hearing.
Second.
Motion.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Alice Bender? Yeah. Jeffrey Downey? Okay. Jeffrey Downey. Okay, his motion to close the hearing, and I have a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. The hearing is now closed. We will now entertain, and we'll start from Alderwoman Lanier, and we'll come all around for any of you that want have questions or comments regarding the budget. Alderwoman Lanier.
Thank you, Mr. Melder. Based on the comments that you made earlier, I had a question. I think you said that we wanted to increase that by 50%? Decrease.
Decrease. We're talking about the alcohol license fees.
Yes.
So in the original proposed revenue ordinance, which was first circulated in November, and actually these fees were tied to the 2023 alcohol ordinance amendment that this council voted on a year ago and was publicized and also had hearings. We proposed an increase to those licensing fees, which would have totaled about a 40%, 41.6% increase over the current fees. The reduction that we're going to apply to all of the proposed alcohol license fees will cut that increase in half. So the increase that we're seeking now total is 20.83% on these fees. I want to, just kind of note that with all of these fees together, just to give some context for those who are listening and interested, The proposed fee, the original proposed fee, would have garnered what we projected to be about $77,000 for the year for all 603, and we project 623 for 2025 alcohol license holders. This will our revenue collection from these fees, the projection now is $35,000 on the related alcohol license fees total.
I was reading in Mr. Vacker's letter that the increase represented 35%, but I heard you say we are recommending a 50% decrease.
So there's a couple of ways that people have cut the math here. I am looking at the 16 fees associated with alcohol license, either a new request to get an alcohol license or receive a license, or a renewal. And all 16 of those fees don't apply to one business. They're the different kinds of alcohol licenses. We have different kind of alcohol licenses. They have different kind of fees. And there are businesses, and businesses pay for a few of these fees. For all of those fees, if you can look at the fee table, they would all add up to $7,080 currently. That's what we're charging. So if you just added up all of those fees together. In the original proposed, if you added all of those 16 fees together, they would total $10,030. What we're projecting is, or what I've requested council to make the amendment on the revenue ordinance, is to adjust downward our proposed increase for those 16 fees by a total of 50%. So it would drop, if you added all of those fees together, it would drop to $8,550 total, just on the total value of all of those 18 fees. I want to stress that that is not the amount that one establishment would be paying. That's just the total amount if you total up all of the licensing fees related to alcohol licenses. So we haven't had an increase in these fees since 2018. We heard loud and clear from our business owners and operators that they felt that a 40% increase. So we're now moving that down to a 20% increase.
That's my question, because it wouldn't be a 35%. It'll end up being the 20%. That's the number.
Yes, ma'am.
Because 35 is excessive. So now we're talking 20.
20%.
Is what you're recommending. That's
20%.
That's what I was trying to get at. Thank you for that. We're talking about. We got to have a whole nother hearing, of course, on alcohol, because this continues to come up. So we got to work through that, I'm sure. And this is not it, because we were talking about, the original city council and the fees. We were talking about the fees 235 or so years ago, because right then there was disparity because my people weren't free to participate in that. And right now, in 2024, there's still disparity with my people not being able to even get alcohol licenses. If we look at the amount of people that have them, and the same people who weren't free to participate in it then aren't really free to participate in it now. And so this is for another day and another conversation, but let's be real about it. And the other thing is, that's it for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I will add, too, just I think it's important because we've got a lot of business operators in the room and listening. Our revenue department holds quarterly meetings for alcohol license holders and stakeholders. If you're not aware of those meetings, please contact the revenue department. We hold those meetings to talk about these issues, and we'll endeavor more to bring these fee discussions and any changes to how we apply fees to those meetings so that we can talk with our business operators and work with them in the future.
Mr. Manager, I want to thank you and staff for sitting down with me and looking at my concerns of the First District. and we were able to achieve a meeting of the minds, especially when it comes to recreational amenities in the Highlands. And there are some other areas. Thank you for the information here. We'll be working on those as we look at some adjustments. But I do appreciate you all sitting down and working with us to satisfy some of the needs, especially with the criminal activity with the teenagers in the Highlands. We really needed to make that move, so thank you all for that.
Thank you.
Alderman Leggett. No, sir. Alderwoman Wilder Bryan.
I'm pretty good with the budget. I just have a question to see how laborious it would be if we could set up the liquor license, and I'm not sure, like we do the taxes and maybe have them pay twice a year with deadlines, see how feasible that would be. That would give them at least a halfway mark trying to gather some money. They know it's coming. I'm pretty pleased with the budget. Never not going to have enough money. We continue to rob Peter to pay Paul, but I'm convinced that 25 is going to be a great year. And thank you and your staff and all the hard work that the budget committee did. And Melissa better watch out. We got a good one in that budget department. She came in and ran with the ball, and we're just so grateful that we had her to carry it to fruition. Thank you so much, and thank you for your staff, and thank you, Team Savannah.
Thank you, Alderwoman. We will take that suggestion. Yeah.
Thank you, Alderwoman Shabazz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to thank you, City Manager, your executive team and staff, along with Team Savannah, for sitting down with me and talking about the issues, and from every item from drainage to street resurfacing to our recreation. Those items that were concerns of the citizens of the 5th District. Thank you all so much for the details and the time spent to get all of our issues taken care of. And so we are ready to move forward. But in reference to the issue of the gentleman who has come to our council in reference to the urban organization, I think we need to do some type of some more looking into that. I don't know if Mr. Mayor have any comments or someone, but that's just on the top of my thought right now in reference to, us. I believe when we can start with our younger people and keeping them in line, we try to do as best as we can with as much as we can do it with. So every person, every little one, every teenager that we can get our hands on to steer them in the right direction is my continued hope, and the work and the good work that we do in reference to that, and the money that we already put behind the efforts. But I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I've asked City Manager to personally evaluate that situation.
And I have, and I will, and I think I want to, important to state a few points on our support of local nonprofits. We have 3 grant programs that we administer here in the city of Savannah for support for local nonprofits. That's our general CPP process, community partnership process program. We have a specific program for violence reduction, violence interruption, and our work through our Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. And we also have our arts and cultural grants as well. We have so many worthy nonprofits in this community, and we really try. We have a wonderful team, and we apply competitive grant review best practices to our grant programs. We have an annual process for our grants, just like any funder would. We have deadlines, and we have priorities that we're looking to hit in these grant programs. We, if a grantee for whatever reason, is not competitive in one year versus another, maybe because other programs were more competitive, or they weren't hitting the targets that we were looking for in this year's grant competition. New ideas can always come about in the next grant year. We really are leaning into our focus on at-risk young people and those upstream resources that we know we need to provide for our families and our households so that young people can make better decisions and not be involved with community violence. So we really appreciate the work that these nonprofits do. We will evaluate these grant programs, but I do want to stress that we have a professional and best practice standard when it comes to our competitive grant processes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Palumbo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it's budget season, and it's my favorite season of the year. I know I need to aim a little higher on my favorite season of the year, but it is for the city of Savannah. This is the most important thing that we do. It's a moral document that outlines what we're going to accomplish in the next year and the improvements that we want to make and the change that we want to see. We put our money where our mouth is. And what I like most about this budget is that it's the least exciting budget that I've seen and the fifth budget that we've been through. We've been through budget of feast. We've been through budget of famine. We've been through a couple where we talked about the possibility of having to privatize services and what's going to be cut next. But this is the first that I've ever seen in my time on the council that we're not right-sizing a department that was cut in the Great Recession. We are not fixing something in a seesaw moment that happened after the pandemic. These are honest, earnest, incremental improvements to each and every department, and that shows that the process is working. And competitive, even within the city itself. One thing that often isn't highlighted are the efficiencies that the team found on its own. I believe it totals over $8 million that the city's working internally to find ways that we can save that fiscal capability and apply it to a much more needed area. So while it may not have all of the bells and whistles of an ARPA budget and capital projects that we've seen in years past, I would not want to live through another pandemic to be able to get to that point. I want to see a budget just like this one that's honest, that doesn't increase our millage rate, that presents a fair and balanced budget, and incrementally improves all the departments that we have across the board. Is it a perfect budget? No, there is no such thing. But you can see as evidence today that it's a responsive one. I agree with our colleagues and members of the public that came to talk out and speak up for our small businesses, because I agree that we can't paint broad strokes when it comes to licensing fees, and to walk that back whenever we need to. We need to be more proactive about that. Small business is tough, and the restaurant business is even tougher. So I appreciate them speaking and coming up. And remember that this is an engagement process that takes place throughout the year. When we're at our best, we're rendering down your thoughts and input to be able to produce them in this document to get it on that budget for next year. So kudos to the team, to Chief Carter for stepping into this role. He's done an outstanding job, and your entire team, to the city manager. If you haven't and you're a member of the public, I know that you are jonesing for a 400-page document to look at ahead of the holidays. But I promise you, if you do and you crack it open and take a look, you'll see what your city is doing, and you'll be proud. It's a great-looking budget. It's an honest and earnest one. So happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alderman Pertee.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any questions, just a couple thoughts. Excuse me. So, you know, we've heard from a lot of folks. We've seen some nonprofits come in and speak their mind, and understandably, it's frustrating that not everybody gets a shot. I will say that I hope in the future we see more transparency and an easier process for folks to be able to apply for city funding. Some folks I've heard from complain that the process is a little bit tough. I'm hoping that there's a way that we can look at that. With this being the largest budget we've had, I'm hoping that we also provide that exemplary customer service to our constituents and our community members and our neighbors here in the community. So with that being said, looking forward to some great things in employee retention and also investing in our employees, looking at some good things with public safety and with infrastructure. And I hope we're still sticking with the back to basics when it comes to our infrastructure. So thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman Miller Blakely.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions for the city manager, and this is for the public to know. What is the percentage for the cost of living increase for our employees for this year?
The proposed budget is a 3% COLA, cost of living adjustment. There is also an additional approximately $8 million to fund the comp and class study, which will be completed around the beginning of the second quarter in 2025. A compensation and classification study is something that organizations take on every 5 years.
I'm familiar. I just wanted to know, I wanted the public to know what the increase is.
Yes,
I don't think people are really concerned with the cost and comprehensive. They're more concerned with what's going to go in their pockets while they're working. And I know the compensation study is going to let them know if they need to get more or whatever the case may be. But nonetheless, okay. I heard the young man come up and talk about the urban mentoring program. And I'm just wondering, is there another program that we're going to be funding that offers what he is offering in the HVAC, plumbing, citizenship, that type of thing? Now, I know you talked about the ONCE program and all of those programs that's dealing with reduction in violence, but when you talk about offering the program that this particular nonprofit is offering, it is something that is desperately needed in our community. You can look into that right there. Now, I would like for you to also talk about the summer youth employment program and what has increased in that. We talked about that briefly in the budget meeting. Also, for the revenue department, you said that there was 623 alcohol establishments. The last report that I got, it said 598. And out of those 598, only 12 were African American. I'm just concerned. We talk about revenue for the city, and the mayor talks a lot about equity. I would like to see more equity when it comes to African Americans getting alcohol licenses. And I would also like to see that overlay that we have been asking for discussed on the agenda and spoken about as well. Also, I want to thank you and Daphne Lita, the new young lady, Ms. Carter, and you all for taking the time out of your busy schedule on yesterday and sitting down with us and having that tough conversation. I know the budget is very tedious and sometimes agonizing, but you know, I don't agree with everything. But, and that's why I'm asking these questions now. But I do want to thank you all for taking the time and the opportunity to discuss it and us having the retreat that we did. Thank you.
Thank you. To answer the question on the summer youth employment and seasonal youth employment that we have in the city, so there are a few ways in which we really target and hire youth for municipal services. That's in our recreation department. We employ lifeguards and junior camp counselors, and we really target neighborhood youth and help them grow into careers in city government. We also fund neighborhood improvement teams and our Path Forward teams out of our Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, and those are in partnership with neighborhood associations. Last year, the total budget for those programs was just under $500,000 at $496,000. In the 2025 proposed budget, we're essentially doubling the investment in those youth seasonal work programs. The total in this year's proposed budget is $977,000.
Very good.
And I do want to, I haven't gotten a lot of sleep this week, so I apologize. When I say that we've got $8 million to fund the comp and class study, the study doesn't cost $8 million. It's the results of the study, and that $8 million, it will be investing into our employees to bring those positions that are not yet at market, to bring them to market.
Thank you. The mentoring program, did you find out if we have another one that's offering the same thing that the Urban Academy?
I don't know off the top of my head whether or not there are other nonprofit programs that we've proposed funding that do the exact same thing that Trey's organization does. I do know that that grant program, the purpose is to provide opportunity and activity for underserved and at-risk young people. And so some of the benchmarks in that program are really around the making sure that we are trying to bring our investment into programs that are looking to serve perhaps some of the hardest to serve, and not necessarily just young people generally. So we're really looking for programs that are specifically designed to penetrate some of the harder to serve folks in our community, or those that we've not had success in serving in the past with any great outcomes. And so that's where we're really trying to target those fundings and for those programs. I think if you're asking the case of Trey's program, I think we did hear a really exciting idea that he had in the meeting that staff held with him this week. And I think his description of that meeting is correct in that regard, that they did believe that that was an exciting idea. The issue is that that was not the idea in the application in this grant process. So we'll continue to look at that, and we want good people doing this work in our community, and there's no doubt that that organization is doing good work. So if we can find the right way that's fair to everybody, we'll continue to do that.
I appreciate that. When he spoke about plumbing, HVAC, citizenship, I've actually seen that program in operation, and he does deal with a lot of at-risk youth, and a program that offers those type trades to young minds. I don't think that we should let that go. I think we should invest in that type of program and find some way to do something like that within our budget. Also, I'm concerned about, and I've been asking about this, me and you spoke about this on yesterday, about lifting the overlay. When you have 500, and I'm only speaking on what I was given in a report, 598 alcohol licensed businesses, and you only have 12 African American licensed businesses. That is a problem. We have economic drivers in certain communities, and that is an economic driver.
Yeah.
And we need to look at lifting that overlay, discussing it, or something. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. I understand. I want to make sure there's clear on some of the data. We have I know at the time that we sent you that report, there were 590. Today we have 603 alcohol license holders. We do not ask the question or require the data on the race or ethnicity on the alcohol license holder. So any number that may have been represented in terms of the race of any alcohol license holder is what's thought or known from staff, right? So that's not we do not collect that data. It is not a data point that we collect in alcohol license permits or renewals. So I just want to be upfront about that. I could not corroborate that number. I can corroborate that we have 603 current alcohol licenses.
I would like to have that report, the updated report, again, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I get to Alderwoman Bell, let me add to that report, because I think context is important. So we have 603 businesses, and we assume that 12 of them are black or minority. The question is, how many black folks applied for an alcohol license? And I just refuse to believe that alcohol and alcohol-related businesses in minority neighborhoods are the only economic drivers that minority businesses can have in their communities. So
I said that is an economic driver.
Well, ma'am, so in your report to us, I think the context is important as well. We take whoever applies. And if the zoning is correct and the business is correct and they have the fitness according to state and local law, they're able to get a license. So that's just kind of how it goes. So I think when you provide that report, I would hope that information will be included. Alderwoman Bell.
I don't really have any questions. I think I was going to ask something about the introductory remarks you made about reducing alcohol-related fees by 50%, but you've talked about that, and Bernetta asked about that. I would like to caution my colleagues, though, to probably make sure you have the full picture, particularly the information that you and your staff use for making these decisions regarding grant-funded nonprofits before we draw conclusions in isolation, and maybe giving us a more detailed report before this day when we're voting on the budget. Maybe that might be helpful. I don't want to second guess the budget people or the people who reviewed those grant requests, because I'm not seeing all of the information that you guys saw. I don't want to say that one person who appeared before us with an outstanding program for at-risk young people should be funded, because I don't know what else you saw, and I don't know what your comparative basis is. So I just don't think it's fair to the staff for me to draw those kinds of conclusions without knowing the full story. So as a suggestion for next year, perhaps you might want to give us a more detailed report in the budget retreat, or when you're making those decisions, after you have drawn, I'll come to some sort of conclusions about who to fund, who not to fund, and why. Because I just don't see the full picture, and I don't feel equipped to question what you.
Yes, ma'am, and we can provide all of the, performance evaluations for any nonprofit that's funded through these grant programs are publicly available, and I believe portions of our review would be publicly available, so long as that they're not disclosing anything that's proprietary from the applicant. And so we'll endeavor to provide that information. I think it's also, I would add to that caution that if this was a nonprofit funder, we would be having this discussion in a closed session with a board. But because we're a public agency and we have to receive the approval of council for these grant dollars, they're listed in the budget. I think grant best practice would call that the review committee make those recommendations. And, if the board sees fit to make changes, the board can make those changes. But if we start getting into the actual evaluations of every single nonprofit that sent in an application, I think that would be might go against best practice for funding.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Let me just say, in my final comments, this is my 21st budget. I know I don't look like it, but it's been 21 budgets. My 5th as mayor. All of them are different. And as Alderman Palumbo says, sometimes I've had that one magical budget in my career. Y'all remember that budget very well because it was everybody got what they wanted. And I've had some very difficult budgets during that time. The process is difficult. It's combative in ways, but it's a necessary process. But it is a result of dedicated folks who live and breathe this to get us to this day. I am grateful, Mr. City Manager, because I know you have not had much sleep lately. But to Ms. Carter, to our amazing budget team, will y'all stand up? Y'all coordinated today? So red and black are the colors of the day. I see they have their own fashion line. It's called budget fashion. So, but thank you so much. But budgets are living documents. This is a framework, and as many of you know, throughout the course of the year, there are opportunities in which they'll come back to us, and we'll have the opportunity to make additional decisions. Likewise, we'll have a mid-year and we'll have a millage process in which, lately we've had extra money to do some things that we've wanted to be able to do. So I'm just grateful for the work that has gotten in. I mean, the council, when we get it at the end of the process, it's because people have poured hours and hours and hours of time, effort, and energy into making this day happen. So I want to thank you all for that. I'm hoping that most of you will sleep really, really well tonight because I suspect you haven't slept very well over the last couple of days. With that being said, I will entertain a motion, Alderman Palumbo, to item number 2047, which is adoption of the 2025 service program and budget 5-year capital plan.
Mr. Mayor, I move for the adoption of item number 47, adoption of the 2025 service program and budget and 5-year capital plan.
Second the motion.
Been properly moved and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Item number 23 is approval of the 2025 revenue ordinance. I want to thank, again, this is a part of a process. It's a part of a conversation, and that conversation occurred. Staff proposed to us. We communicated with our community. The community, business community, communicated back to us. We communicated back to staff, and that is how you arrived to where we are today. I think we have a meeting of the minds that we can live with, and so I thank those who've taken time off to come and visit with us, and certainly for us to see us, and so we thank you all so much. I'll entertain a motion regarding that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I move for the approval of the 2025 revenue ordinance.
Second the motion.
Probably moved and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. And the city manager budget team, city manager is going to treat y'all to Hawthorns tonight for your favorite drink. You deserve it.
Yes.
Thank you all so much. Not tonight. Now that's in January. Now hold it. January. Right now, 40% cheaper. Well, 20% cheaper. Thank you so much. All right. Let us get back into our rhythm. These are zoning hearings. Item number 10 is a petition of Robin McCorkle on behalf of 1210 Drayton LLC for a future land use map amendment at 108 East Henry Street, 112 East Henry Street, and 1210 Drayton Street to change the FLU, future land use map, from traditional neighborhood to traditional commercial in Automatic District 2. This item was continued from November the 26th, 2024. I believe the corresponding, well, it's related to 11 as well, so I'll read that as well.
That's correct.
How do you want to have, I mean, because it's actually 12, there's three of them.
There are three related.
So 11, I'll read them all, and then petition Robert McCorkle on behalf of 1210 Drayton LLC for a zoning map amendment of 0.14 acres at 112 East Henry Street to rezone from traditional neighborhood to traditional commercial in Automatic District 2. And item number 12, petition Robert McCorkle on behalf of 1210 Drayton LLC for a special use permit to allow a parking facility at 108 East Henry Street. Good to see you, sir. How are you?
Excellent, excellent. Nice to see you as well, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. Edward Morrow, Director of Development Services at the Metropolitan Planning Commission. Thank you for that introduction. We're going to hear three related items. The first is required in order to approve the second, but not the third. I know that's an interesting one. So the first one is a future land use map amendment for these actually for one parcel, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to refresh myself. Actually, for all three of these parcels, that's correct. Okay, so you can see the subject parcels here on your screen in this aerial view. This is a fairly well-known part of town at Drayton and East Henry Street, near the Sears building. For some context for you, if you were to drive by on Henry, this is what you would have seen to your right. These buildings that were there have been demolished, and this is now just kind of a little bit of grass, a little bit of concrete where those foundations were. In looking at the future land use map within Plan 2040, this is designated as the urban core character area. And if you would just kind of indulge me, this is requested in association with a parking lot use. In essence, that's going to get us to our third petition. But if you would just kind of think for a moment about the idea that this parcel has a future. And so while this is ideally a transient use, at some point we are going to see this redeveloped. And just fast forward into the future with me, if you would, to consider this as part of the urban core. So this is connected to our pedestrian network. You're going to see mid-sized buildings of various uses, some commercial, potentially upper story residential at this location, with the expectation that this would be infill around 2 to 4 stories, right? And that's what our future land use map is telling us. To look at how this is presently zoned, it is consisting of 2 TC1 zone parcels that are closest to the intersection of Drayton and Henry, and that third one is presently zoned TN1. And all three of them at present are indicated for traditional, I'm so sorry, this is traditional neighborhood future land use, and so we'd like to correct that in the map today. You can see here kind of the context, and if you're familiar with this area of town, you know that we are seeing some changes in kind of the character of this area. There's some development pressure, and so this amendment supports future commercial growth in the evolving character of this particular part of town. Also, in looking at the Parking Matters study, which was a study that occurred several years ago, but it looked at improving the parking situation in this part of town, there were recommendations with regard to improving the pricing, mobility, and the addition of future garages in order to kind of facilitate folks off-street parking as they came to points of interest in this area. And so this amendment, again, staff's expectation is that this is a transient use, but it would address an immediate need for off-street parking. There are a couple of points of interest. You can see one, the Asbury Church that is close by is being redeveloped as a venue and restaurant. There's also a coming restaurant and hotel over on Bull Street that's close by. So there are a few things that are happening in town, and the idea is that this would support the development of some short-term parking at this location. I'd like to point out a couple of key thoroughfares. Again, I referenced some development pressure pressures that we're seeing in this area. These are key thoroughfares where you pass through very often. The traffic is of a different nature. It's not kind of your internal traffic. These are folks who are traversing town to get from one side to another. And so it's along those thoroughfares that we're experiencing this transition from a predominantly neighborhood sort of scale to something that, well, it's still neighborhood, but it's commercial more so than residential, if you will. And so also, I'd just like to point out on this particular block, what we see are there are some contributing structures that are acting as STVRs at this point. And so that will give some stability and sort of the appearance of residential, even though we can expect some intensification of use at this particular location in the future. So yeah, those contributing structures can be expected to be there. With that, NPC has recommended approval of this future land use map change. And the recommendation was to amend the future land use map to reflect traditional commercial use, extending from Drayton all the way over to Abercorn, again, because East Henry, I believe, regarded as a minor arterial at this location, is more conducive to traditional commercial style development in the future. Happy to answer any questions or continue if you would like me to.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Morrow. This is a public hearing. I want to just note for the record that I have council has received public comment provided by our clerk, Michael Sharpie, Amy Johnson opposed, Nancy Maya, President VNA in support. So that's just for the record. Council has that.
Mr. Mayor, does that opposition live within that area there? Does it say?
It doesn't say.
Okay.
So we'll have in this order, and we'll, Mr. McCorkle, if you want, you're here. If you want to reserve your comments to the end, you can. If you want to go now, you can.
Mr. Mayor, are we going to do them one at a time? He just talked about the future land use map. Do you want to do them all at once, or do you just want to talk about them one at a time?
I'll let you all decide how. I mean, is it best for us just to go ahead and?
He says he'd rather do all three, so I'll let him finish and I'll come back.
Okay, yeah, so.
That's the.
All right, thank you so much. So this is the second one. Again, the future land use map amendment is required in order to enable the rezoning to traditional commercial 1 because there are particular zoning districts that are permitted within our flume categories. And so this is a request to rezone only one of these 3 parcels. The one to be rezoned is adjoined by 2 that are already zoned TC1. And this one would go from TN1, traditional neighborhood 1, to TC1. So again, to show you these 2 maps, you can see that it's just that interior, that middle parcel that we would be changing the zoning on. The traditional neighborhood districts are districts that are associated specifically with kind of our in-town historic neighborhoods, Victorian and Thomas Square, and they are very nuanced districts. They have gone through and identified a pattern that generally is kind of interior neighborhood style, residential development with commercial that's occurring along the exterior streets on corners and particularly on thoroughfares. And the TN1 will also identify particular, say, operating hours for businesses. It limits the types of commercial entities that you can expect in these areas. So again, it reflects a great deal of work that went into crafting regulations that fit the feel and aesthetic of this neighborhood. And the request is to take this to TC, and I'd say the key distinction between these 2 districts is to go from a district that is predominantly sort of residential focused to one that is a little bit more commercial focused with the mindset that these are non-residential uses that are in close proximity of residential uses. So again, still very thoughtful, keeping a traditional development pattern, but a little bit more commercial in focus rather than residential. And so one particular use I wanted to highlight here that I know was of interest to many people nearby, when we look at the TN1 district, an inn use is an inn meaning a small hotel, less than 15. I'm sorry, I'm struggling for the description. So we're talking about something that's along the lines of bed and breakfast. When I say inn, we're talking about just a few rooms, a small number of rooms going up to 15. right? When we get into small hotel, I forgot, hotel is distinguished by small and large, 16 to 74 being small, 75 or more being large. Large is not an option either way. Small hotels, 16 to 74, would still require grant of a special use permit, which is a request that comes back to this board for approval before you could establish a small hotel. But with regard to inns are already permitted in the current zoning district and would still be a limited use within the TC1 zoning district. I'll just note that this would meet the criteria to establish an inn by right, as is presently the case, regardless of this change in zoning. As you all know, there is great interest in amending the hotel overlay. That's work that continues at present. So I just wanted to provide this information as you consider this. And if you would, allow me to speak also to the special use permit. So assuming the rezoning, actually, the petitioner is requesting to establish a parking lot. He just wants to build a parking lot. And the idea is that all three parcels would be zoned similarly so that the development standards as he develops this are the same, with an eye toward a future redevelopment. So we know that, again, based on its location, we can expect some sort of commercial use at this location, as there have been for many, many years. In order to establish that parking lot, grant of a special use permit is required with recommendation from the MPC and an approval from this board. And so you can see here, looking at the principal use table, it is a special use in either the TN1 district or the TC1 district. So again, the first two being important, and I would say from an administrative perspective, ideal. Nonetheless, in order to establish the parking facility, this is the one that's really needed. And the petitioner is requesting this for the purpose of a parking lot, not a parking garage, right? And so in looking at this, the MPC did recommend approval with staff's one condition that if there were the desire to further develop this parking facility as a garage in the future, it would come back for consideration. The intent is just to allow a parking lot at present. So I know that was a lot, but I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Quick question. So the condition is before City Council, it goes back through MPC, then the council?
That is correct.
Okay, so it's approved by City Council, but we might want to
right because that would be a condition to zoning, which can only be amended here.
All right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. So Mr. McCorkle, you want to wait till we hear public comment, or you want to go now? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Congratulations on the appointment, by the way.
Thank you.
My name is Robert McCorkle. I'm here on behalf of the client, Jeff Natricka, and 1210 Drayton LLC. Everyone's probably familiar with this property. I drive by it every single day, at least once on my way to work every day. I take that right turn like so many, probably thousands of people do on a daily basis in the mornings to get to work. This site has been somewhat blighted for a fairly long period of time. What's happening today is really these changes that are being requested are a kind of recognition of both the history of this site as well as the reality of the area around it. The flume change for the entire three lots, as well as the rezoning of the single lot at TC1, recognizes that these three lots have always been commercial. It was noted in the staff report that the corner lot was designed or developed as a gas station in the 50s before we even had a zoning ordinance. The building next to it was a storage and warehouse facility piece tied to it, also predates the zoning ordinance. And then the lot that we're trying to rezone has always been a parking lot that served the two commercial uses on the corner. So this lot, though it's not zoned TC1, has always been commercial since, again, before we had a zoning ordinance. Frankly, the maps are out of date. If y'all looked at the pictures of the future land use map, everything east of Drayton is shown as residential. Essentially all of it, regardless of what the real uses are or what the historic uses are. As an example, the block across the street from us has the St. Joseph's Candler Center on the corner there. It's shown as residential on the future land use map. That entire block is commercial, yet the entire block is shown as residential, which is also the case for our property, even though the commercial use of our property predates the zoning ordinance. The parking lot use that we're trying to put in place, it's probably a temporary use ultimately, but it still requires a fairly significant investment on the part of my client. It does one really good thing, which is it cleans up the lot and will make it look better in the short term, and also prepares it for whatever commercial use comes along in the future. There's really no reason that anybody should have any expectation these lots would ever be residential. They never have been residential. I think based on the busyness of both Henry and of Drayton and Henry, it's highly unlikely anyone's going to come along now and build a single-family residence on this lot. The good news is if you approve everything that is before you today, you could still come along in the future and build a single-family residence on this lot because residential structures are permitted in the district. We did have staff recommendation for approval and MPC recommendation for approval, and I just wanted to mention a couple of things that were referenced in the staff report. The TC1 better aligns with the commercial character that's gradually developed in the area. This subject parcel is actually mid-block, but it is already zoned TC1 on both ends of the block, and the immediately adjacent parcel to us is an STVR. Also, it's mentioned in the staff report that the site's adjacent to other commercial uses. As you're familiar with that corner, there are very large commercial uses on kind of all sides of that corner there. The entire block to the east of us is already zoned commercial. The entire block diagonally across the street is zoned commercial. The property directly across the street on Henry is already zoned commercial, and the entire block across from Henry is used as commercial use, even though it may not all be zoned commercial. One other thing I wanted to point out in the staff report is it mentions the fact that the area south of Forsyth Park has a lot of existing and forthcoming commercial uses that exist in grandfathered structures. I think this is an interesting note about parking. A lot of the businesses that exist in this particular area of the Victorian District, and particularly south of Forsyth Park, do exist in historic structures that historically have not had parking. Because of that, they're grandfathered into their parking, and there are people that work there and people that visit their park wherever it is that they can park. The effect of that is we have a lot of empty lots in the area that are ultimately parking lots, even though they might not be licensed for such things. Again, I had pictures to show you. I'm not going to waste more time passing them out, but directly across the street from this site, between the St. Joseph's property and the one on the other end of the corner, there are 5 residentially zoned lots in a row right across the street. All 5 of them are used as parking lots. And cars parked sticking out into the alley, cars parked sticking out into the other lots, cars parked all over the place in this particular area because there's not a lot of parking around. What we're going to provide is a use that will allow for more structured parking to beautify the lot so we don't continue to have cars just parking on the lot wherever they want to. And so, again, we had meetings with the Victorian Neighborhood Association Board prior to these meetings. There were people that showed up at the NPC that made public comments at the time. Things we primarily heard was that this could potentially be residential on the site. We think, frankly, that's unrealistic for the reasons that we've mentioned. Again, you've got residentially zoned lots directly across the street. None of them have ever been built with single-family residences, and I don't think it's going to happen now. The other main concern was the concern that there would be a hotel or a gas station built on this corner. Both of those uses are special uses. It requires us to come back to council, as mentioned by staff. And if anybody needs to understand the effectiveness of those special use requirements, which council put into NUZO, a few years ago, the owner of this piece of property, the prior owner of this piece of property, tried to get a special use approval to put a gas station on the corner of this property. The neighborhood came and showed up and objected, and the special use was denied by council, and that's why there's not a gas station there now. So there are protections in place to keep those 2 particular uses out of the way. Again, we would ask for your support of both staff's recommendation and our unanimous MPC recommendations for approval so the maps can be put in place really in realistic fashion showing this is commercial, and we can get a nice looking parking lot built on the site for the time being. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you've got.
Thank you. This is a public hearing that we're declaring open now. We have James Hunsrucker, Deborah Lewis, Ryan Madsen, I'm sorry, Jason Combs, in that order. You have 2 minutes after you introduce yourself. Then the clock will start running.
Mayor and City Alderman, my name is James Hunstrucker. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. The applicant is seeking to combine 3 lots for approximately 40 parking spaces. Combining lots and subdividing lots is an issue that's been addressed in the Landmark District. Unfortunately, that has not extended into the Victorian District. So this is an example of the need for it in the Victorian District. I would like to remind the City Council that we repeatedly are told that Savannah housing crisis is a never decreasing 10,000 units. Would then not it be a better use for these lots to have residential? The future land use map allows such. Historically, the lot had 3 houses and an apartment building. I ask that you do not make these changes, for they are not the best use for the present historic district. In addition, the future land use map will change for the houses on the corner, which, as far as I know, the other residential properties have not been notified of such. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Deborah Lewis.
I'm Deborah Lewis, and first of all, I wanted to say.
Lewis, just arch the mic a little towards you.
Oops.
There we go.
Okay, thank you. Changing it to a TC1 does nothing to protect the neighborhood. I live in the 100 block of East Duffy, and what I found was at the MPC meeting, there needs to be a clarification because he wanted to put a parking lot there. He said you could come in off of Henry. He says you could come off of Drayton, and you could come off, there would be ingress, exit, or entrance on Duffy Lane. Duffy Lane is a fire lane. Duffy Lane, and I'm sorry, but I did it. There are approximately 19 green receptacles, 9 yellow. There is a Airbnb that's right next door to me that can house, on the weekends, possibly 15 people, and they usually drive in. So there was a suggestion that he put up foliage, to protect, and some sort of barrier. I don't think anything's going to grow there because of the saturation of oil and industrial products. And there was also a barrier that might be put up, but I think that would be a problem because it would collect more water. There's also a city shuttle bus that goes there, and it's great. You would not believe how many people use that shuttle bus to go downtown. I talked to Mr. Sharkey, Dr. Sharkey, and he told me they only lease out their parking lot to the American Legion. And because there's so much of a high liability of being sued by somebody in the parking lots. And I'm trying to get it all in here, and I got the jitters. But what was it? The old... No, I got that. Anyway, that's it, I guess.
But finish your thought. I see you kind of in the middle of a thought.
Well, there's not a feeder lane on Drayton Street. There is, and if you go out, the fire lane, you take a right. There is a feeder lane, but there's a bus stop right there. And if anybody goes by there right now, you'll see, I don't know, but it looks like there's a sinkhole developing right there at Drayton and Henry, out there at the sidewalk.
All right. Thank you. Well, thank you very much.
Okay.
All right.
Could we ask the question, or you want to go ahead?
Of her?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Have you met with anyone who's proposing this, the developer or anybody?
No, ma'am.
Do you see a solution? Could it work if they did not come through the lane?
Not really, because the only way you could really go in there is through Henry. Henry. That is the only way you could come in and out of that area.
But it's designed to work,
ma'am.
It's just the design, the way it is now, it won't work. But if they design a
I don't see how they could design it, because if you're coming down Drayton Street and you cross Henry, approximately 100 feet, right there is your cat shuttle. I don't know who designed that idea, but it's perfect. There's so many tourists that hop on that and go straight down to Drayton Street. You can't put it in and out. Ingress or egress right there on Drayton Street because it is going to conflict with the city's shuttle.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
We can't use an alley as a thoroughfare.
Well, as I said, we'll wait till we get to council. Okay. I was thinking the same thing. Ryan Masson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, alderpersons. I'm Ryan Madsen, a resident of the Victoria Neighborhoods Association, a member of the VNA, and former president of the VNA. And I'm speaking on behalf of Nancy Maya, who's out of town. She's the current president. She couldn't be here today. And just a correction for our letter that we submitted. It's not a letter of support. I would say qualified support at best. The issues may be more complex. We're not also entirely opposed to the parking lot. So Nancy has prepared a statement that I'll read to you.
Sure.
The VNA board, can you guys hear me? I'm a little bit exceeding the height of this. The VNA board continues to be concerned about future hotel development in our district. Based on these concerns, we requested that the Metropolitan Planning Commission approve this petition only under the condition that a hotel use would be prohibited until the process currently undertaken to extend the hotel development overlay, or the HDO, within our district would be completed. That condition was not included by the MPC. And since the time of the MPC hearing on this petition, we have also noted that the proposed parking lot would only require a special use permit under its current zoning. A parking lot, therefore, does not require rezoning. We are concerned about rezoning and changes to the future land use map without an associated development plan that we can evaluate to ensure compatibility of any proposed future development within our neighborhood. Rezoning for a use that is currently allowed does not make sense unless there are future uses in mind that exceed the current zoning, which is self-evident based on what Mr. McCorkle said. The VNA is not formally declaring a statement of support or opposition. Instead, we request that Council make a decision only on the special use petition, item number 12, and table the request to change the future land use map and rezone the property, in which are items number 10 and 11, until such a time that we can evaluate a development plan that would require such changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Combs, as he's coming up, Mr. Manager, I would agree with that assessment in terms of that there would not be a hotel on that property. Now, the MPC did not place it there, but the council can, correct, as a condition?
Yes, council can place that as a condition. Yes, they can. And just the hotel overlay work is, I think, starting back up again in January. I think our timeline that we reviewed today would be that something would be at MPC by March or April or May to extend that district and provide further protection or define where hotels were. I do want to note that in either the current zoning or the proposed zoning, a hotel is not allowed by right.
Right. I think they want that protection to ensure before that work is done, that we don't create a loophole by allowing that to happen. So,
thank you. That's a wonderful segue. I plan to address that.
Oh, okay.
My name is Jason Combs. I'm a citizen of downtown Savannah. I am currently the president of the Thomas Square Neighborhood Association, and I'm also here to represent the coalition of neighborhoods, Thomas Square, Victorian, and Kyler Brownville, that have proposed the HDO extension to prohibit hotels in our area. We've been going through this process for about 18 months. So first of all, last time I brought you some trivia. I'd like to bring you some more relevant trivia. It is gift-giving season. I've got some gift trivia. Everyone likes gifts, but there is a famous and ancient warning, beware of Greeks bearing gifts. The trivia that most should know is that this is a reference to the Trojan horse, which was given to the Trojans during the Trojan War. The deeper trivia is that most people think this comes from the Iliad by Homer, which is all about the Trojan War, but actually it does not. It's not mentioned there at all. It's actually mentioned in the Aeneid by Virgil. That's your trivia. But basically the story of that is the Greeks lead behind this big horse, and it looks like a gift, and the Trojans bring it inside the city. Then at night, the belly of the horse opens up, a hatch pops open, Greeks pop out, they say, surprise, and they open the gates, and their warriors rush in and slay everyone. Merry Christmas. So I'm saying that this process here is similar. It is also a Trojan horse. And I would say beware of Jeffs bearing gifts, in this case, Jeff Natriga. He has given many gifts to City Council. He maxed out his donations to 7 out of 9 members. And I think that's worth pointing out. I pointed out before that he had not disclosed this in a previous project, but this time he did on his disclosure form to the MPC. So again, I would say that this is a Trojan horse. But in this case, he will be given a change of the future land use. He'll be given a zoning change, and then a hatch will pop open in that parking lot, and Jeff Natriga and Robert McCorkle will pop out and say, surprise, we're building a hotel. That's what we fully expect in a couple of years, and that's why we're asking to put this aside and let us finish the HDO process, which we have been patiently doing for 18 months. Let us finish that. As the city manager said, it's on the schedule. It should be finished in the first quarter of 2025. Please please allow us that. We've been, like I said, we've been being very patient. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think we can do both. Thank you very much. Now, we're not going back and forth now.
No, but I just want to
Go ahead. Because I mean, we don't want to hear about Jason's bearing gifts either. So
the idea of me popping out of a hole in the parking lot is terrifying enough as it is.
Go Tech.
See, now he's just being mean to me. I didn't care about the other stuff. We had a discussion about this with the V&A about the hotel use. Again, as the city manager mentioned, it's a special use. There's no Trojan horse. If we want to have a hotel, we have to be right back here in front of you asking for permission to have the hotel. We offered to the V&A when we were having a discussion, we said, look, we're going to spend a bunch of money building this parking lot. Even if we wanted to build a hotel, it would take longer than it's probably going to take y'all to get through the process of doing this overlay you're doing. We offered a 3-year period. First, we offered a year, then we offered a 3-year period in which we would agree that we would not have a hotel on the site under any circumstances, under the belief that there was going to be an overlay that would get done in that time frame. We didn't want to commit to something forever or have a zoning that was stuck with it forever, because who knows what the future will bring. But that's what the special use itself is already there for. And again, 3 years wasn't considered enough time, so we just kind of dropped it. But there's no Trojan horse here. It's going to be a parking lot. If it wants to be a hotel, we'll be right back here asking, and Jason and everybody else can get up and raise their objections then. So we just ask for your support of MPC's approval.
thank you, and I think the city manager's point is that a hotel there, which I would be very concerned about, is not allowed there by right and would not be. Is there a motion to close the hearing?
Make a motion and we close the hearing.
Second.
Probably moved in second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Comments from council?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Question for MPC staff, just some clarifying points regarding these agenda items.
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Morrow. Just a couple of clarifying points, because we've received a number of letters regarding this item, and we've got a number of agenda items that are related. So I just want to help break it down to what we're addressing today. It appears that the aim and intention and the thrust of today's arguments all are about addressing parking. I'll table that for a second, because I've particularly strong feelings about, surface parking lots themselves.
Sure.
But is surface parking allowed in the current zoning classifications on the site?
In the current, so in TC1, 2 of the 3 parcels are presently zoned for what the request is for. So yes, they are presently situated, 2 out of 3, to do exactly what is being requested. It is the special use that is required in order to do a parking facility. So you could do a TC1 and have incidental parking, in essence. This is a standalone parking facility that is being requested. If you establish a business on this site, you could do parking. To do a parking lot where you show up and pay and there's no associated business is what the special use is for.
Oh, thank you for that clarification. And I noted that staff's recommendation was for denial for this item, but it was overturned by the board members. Is that correct?
If I'm not mistaken, staff's recommendation was for approval for all 3 items.
Mm-hmm. For all 3 items? Just looking in the future land use in the FLUM packet that it outlines here, MPC staff recommends denial as requested. In the MPC staff recommendation for the FLUM, at least that one, I just wanted to get some more clarity regarding that assessment.
I'm so sorry. So actually, the idea is that you would make the entire face of the block consistent. That was the only ask that staff had. Rather than going as far as mid-block, it just made more sense, given the fact that all of these parcels front on Henry, to make them consistent, because the character between these 2 streets is the same. Not only that, as Mr. McCorkle pointed, there's TC1 zoning on both ends at present.
Okay, well, thank you. For edification for the council, I think that we have to determine, what's the best use for these sites. And I just have a hard time stomaching the thought that we would determine that such valuable real estate right in the heart of our city would be best served by a surface parking lot. Surface parking lots just do more harm than good. I mean, you've got impervious pavement there. So I understand that there may be parking challenges in the area, but for what is here and before us, it's hard to try to conjure up an understanding of the steps that we're making today and how they're going to play out into the future. To my knowledge, no one has picked up the phone to call me and say, this is what I want to put here. I wish that they would have. It would help me understand what the aim of this quest is today. And in good faith and confidence, I can't support this because I don't know what it's going to be. The Neighborhood Association brings up an excellent point that they were there first to push something into motion a long time ago to try to be proactive and address this. I think that we need to address that petition first before council moves ahead on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman Miller Blakely.
Thank you so much. Could you go back to the real-time picture? I think I am very familiar with that area. I grew up on Duffy and Price Streets, and I think that would be an excellent place to put a parking lot. I heard the young lady say that next door to her is an Airbnb that houses about 15 people, and all of them drive vehicles, correct? Well, with that being said, I know she would be a little upset if all of them parked on Duffy Street and took her parking spot. So I think that that would be a very good place for a parking lot. And she said also that there was ingress and egress, I believe, that it would be a problem. Well, during several parades, Martin Luther King parade and St. Patrick's Day parade, and people actually park in that area. So I think council, we should really consider doing the parking lot right there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go back to the picture, please. Sure. I know that's not the best and highest use for that space. I hate looking at it every time I ride by it. Any other questions from comments?
Mr. Mayor, there's nothing there right now.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
But so I'm sorry. So if we approve, we can improve with the provisions that you spoke of earlier, that there is no hotel there.
I think since this is not already allowed by right, but I think we can certainly articulate that. I think city manager will be extremely clear. We're at the finish point, I believe, soon of getting this other overlay ordinance in place.
But Mr. Mayor, I think it's only by right. You can only have it some in there.
That's correct.
By right. Anything larger than that, hotels, anything 75 people, that's a large hotel. Anything like that, that's hotels. But right now, by right, they can put it in there. But I think with the language that the Neighborhood Association is saying, that is it going to be a parking lot for the duration, or is it going to have future use as a hotel?
I think the current, was it 3 years now? It was a 1 year, Mr. McCorkle. There was some meeting of the minds as it related to that.
I don't think anybody was really sure how long it was going to take to get the overlay done. We'd originally offered 1 year and then said we would do up to 3 years, but we didn't get an affirmative response. But we would still agree to do that. Again, even if we did it, we'd have to come back anyway. So
3 years. 3 years works. 3 years works for you, sir.
That's fine, Jeff. Yep, 3 years.
Okay,
is fine.
3 years, and we can articulate that as well. That, Mr. Manager, that should be more than enough time to get to where we need to be.
So when we make that motion,
Alderwoman Lanier.
Yes, sir. None of this is for the duration. Anything we do is not going to be for the duration. But,
Okay.
Mr. Morrow, I'm trying to get some clarity. 10 is asking us to change the flume.
That is the first petition.
11 is asking us after that to change the zoning.
Yes, ma'am.
To accommodate that. And then then the special use permit
Is a special use.
for the parking lot would require a special use permit?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm clear on
in
what we're
both
asking.
these zoning districts. Yes.
And I'm sure some good designers could make it work there. I parked there the last parade on that same, it's used as a parking lot. But if the community, if the organized community is working, Mr. Combs, on something that will help protect them, and there needs some more time, I think we should consider that. And I also think that while we just rezoning two, is it two?
Just one.
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 Rezoning one of the three?
Yes, ma'am.
Just one.
Only one. Two already have it.
Okay, so we only need to rezone one if.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's clear it up.
All right, thank you. We've already closed the hearing, I believe, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to state that in our city, especially from River Street down to Anderson, Henry Street, we always talk about the parking being a problem. So I just I agree with what the alderman of the district is recommending, and if anybody is talking about making some parking in that area, I think it's a good idea. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Let's move to petitions. Item number 16, and I would entertain a motion with the 3-year period that has been agreed to.
So, Mr. Mayor, is it fair to?
Item 16, I believe.
For item 16?
Yes.
First and second. Okay, Mr. Mayor, I ask that I move that the first reading be considered the second and the ordinance placed upon its passage and patch with the contingency that there's a 3-year hotel limit.
I think we need to phrase that a little different. Mr. Manager, would you help us, Mr. Attorney, with language?
A 3-year prohibition on any inn, small hotel, or large hotel use, I think covers
anything resembling a hotel or an inn.
I think there are three. There's an inn, there's a small hotel, and there's a large hotel, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I think you would add that condition, if that was the motion, to the, I think you would add it to the rezoning, but to be safe, I think the attorney and I say add it to the future land use map,
Right.
add it to the rezoning.
Right.
And you would have a 3-year limit on any use that was an inn, a small hotel, or a large hotel.
Is that your motion, Alderman?
Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded that the first reading be considered the second.
Clarifying question.
One second. The first reading be considered the second. It's on its place upon its passage and pass that we approve the petition of Robert McCorkle on behalf of 1210 Drayton LLC, future land use map with a 3-year prohibition on inns, small hotels, or large hotels. That's been properly moved and seconded. Clarifying question. Alderman Palumbo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. City Attorney, we are approaching something that I haven't seen here before, but I wanted to make sure that we operate in good faith and do the right steps about an expiration date. I know we can't bind a future council, so that makes sense for the next 3 years that this wouldn't be addressed. But under this, the motion that's on the floor, we would see that after 3 years, a hotel or inn would be permitted to be built on this site?
Well, you still have the special use issue. I mean, they would still have to come before council for a special use for, I understand, a large or a small hotel, but not an inn? Is that correct?
Not an inn.
Not an inn. So if they wanted to build a small or a large hotel, they still have a special use requirement, so they must come back before. But after 3 years, they'd be able to build an inn as of right.
And Mr. Mayor.
Actually, a large hotel is not a permitted use within this district, so only a small hotel.
So just
is
a small hotel.
possibility.
And Mr. City Attorney, since we're, this is an unusual one because we have something in the works related to a hotel overlay, can you, without speculation, try to inform us of how those two may intersect with this if this approves today? What I'm trying to get at is I don't want to catch us in a position where it's a camel's nose under the tent and the community gets a hotel when it didn't want one. when they're trying to address, the community did address and generate its own petition before this one was launched to address hotels in this neighborhood. But somehow this petition has appeared faster. I want to make sure that we don't approve something today that runs counter to their efforts.
So I think this is giving extra comfort to the neighborhood association. It should be. I think it's giving extra protection. Again, you have the special use issue, and so no matter what you approve today or don't approve today, they would have to come back and seek a special use, which gives the neighborhood yet another opportunity to come in or to speak with you about it. So what you're doing today is giving them an extra blanket of protection, an extra blanket of comfort, and so I think that they should feel even better today if you're going to pass these ordinances.
Question.
1 second. Alderwoman Bell.
That's fine.
Okay.
His explanation was
Okay.
good.
Alderwoman Lanier.
So I know the large hotels are not permitted here, so is there another hotel overlay or some type of overlay in the works? I heard the alderman say.
There are 3 neighborhoods that joined together in a petition to extend the hotel overlay. Currently, the hotel overlay exists in just a portion of the historic district. To extend that hotel overlay into those neighborhoods to provide protection against the development of hotels. So if you look at the current hotel overlay, it specifies by red lines and by green lines where a hotel would be permitted within that overlay. This work would extend that overlay and restrict in zoning where hotels would be permitted in those 3 neighborhoods.
And we're saying that now we have 3 years to get this work done.
Yes, we can't take 3 years to get that work done. It is a tedious task to do an overlay versus a petitioner by a property owner. But we did a lot of work some months ago. We've got the work group back together and the consultant back together to start in January. And the timeline that I heard from the team this morning was, sometime in the spring, we would be able to present a hotel overlay, present that petition to MPC and then finally to council.
My point is the work is ongoing, and what we have done here today is provide a 3-year prohibition, so that should give us some protection to complete the work, to give the community the protection they need.
I think that's accurate.
Okay.
And I think if we presented that today, if we presented that overlay today, it would pass unanimously, and I think city managers is aware of that. Then probably moving to second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 7-2. Item number 17, petition of Robert McCorkle on behalf of 1210 Drayton LLC for a zoning map amendment of 0.14 acres at 112 East Henry Street to rezone from traditional neighborhood to traditional commercial in Automatic District 2. This was also continued from the November 26th City Council meeting. Alderman Leggett.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, I ask that we approve this item.
It should be first.
Second.
No, it should be first and second reading.
Oh, I move that this first reading be considered the second and its ordinance placed upon its passage and passed.
With the 3-year prohibition.
With the 3-year prohibition attached.
Second.
Probably moved and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 7-2. Thank you very much. Item number 12 is petition of Robert McCorkle on behalf of 1210 Drayton LLC for a special use permit to allow a parking facility at 108 East Henry Street, 112 East Henry Street, and 1210 Drayton Street with conditions in Automatic District 2. Is one of the conditions the 3-year? And should that be included as well?
I think I would say that for the special use, that might not be necessary since this is just the special use for the parking lot, and that condition would be put on the zoning.
Mr. Mayor, I ask that we approve number 12.
Second.
Probably moved and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 7-2. Thank you very much. Now we're moving on to item number 13, which is the petition of Jeff Jepson on behalf of Seacrest 7 LLC, 1015 Whitaker Street LLC, and Portfolio Holdings LLC with agent Michael Garcia for future land use map amendment for .97 acres located at 1001 Whitaker Street, 1015 Whitaker Street, 112 West Park Avenue, and 124 West Park Avenue. To change the FLUM designation for traditional neighborhood to traditional commercial and automatic District 2. And a petition of Jeff Jepson on behalf of Seacrest 7 LLC, 1015 Whitaker LLC, and Portfolio Holdings LLC with agent Michael Garcia for zoning map amendment for .97 acres located at 1001 Whitaker Street, 1015 Whitaker Street, 120 West Park Avenue, and 124 West Park Avenue to change the traditional neighborhood 1 to traditional commercial 2 and automatic District 2. Mr. Morrow.
It's a mouthful. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, Edward Morrow again. So continuing on our theme of development pressures in the Victorian, we're turning our attention to the corner of Park and Whitaker in this instance, and we're looking at 4 parcels. And if you don't mind, I'd like to discuss these 2 items. The first is necessary to permit the second. The first is a future land use map amendment to go from a designation of traditional neighborhood to traditional commercial. And then within that to change the zoning from TN1 to TC2. So again, a slight intensification of use at in a significant corner here adjacent to Forsyth Park. Just to offer everyone some context, we are talking about the site where the Sterling Seacrest building and Campbell & Sons Funeral Home, including four current parcels here at this location at the south end of Forsyth Park. If you were to walk through the park and look to your left, this is what you would see, kind of a mid-century suburban-style office buildings that were the subject of much contention as soon as I got here, actually. And so just to offer you a little bit of preface that I think is significant, the present requests only consider the amendment of the flume and the zoning of these parcels. Any variances to the development standards that would be requested within the TC2 district, should it be approved, can only be considered after consideration and approval of a rezoning request from this body. Any site plan related variances that are needed to enable the proposed development must return to the MPC as a site plan variance petition. Issuance of site development permits will require review and approval of city engineering and all related departments. So with regard to orientations of entrances and things of that nature, stormwater, preservation of trees, plantings of any new trees that might be there, fire access, all of those things would be through a subsequent site plan review process. New construction on the subject parcels would also require issuance of a certificate of appropriateness from the Historic Preservation Commission. And so I have one thought as I launch into this discussion. Well-designed buildings can change uses over time while continuing to contribute to strong district form and character. Again, since we're talking about use intensification generally, and when I say intensification, I mean a change in the character from largely residential or residential leaning toward slightly more commercial, we are going to experience some concerns about how it is that our history will be preserved in the context of those changes. And so I am here to impress upon you that it is possible to grow in the midst of this change and yet preserve the history that we have. And so I offer you the letter of support that was received from the Victorian Neighborhoods Association, and it states that the VNA's vision is that ours is an active, thriving neighborhood and that streets are a priority over cars. The VNA promotes new development which respects our past while enriching access to new retail, office, and entertainment options in scale and in character with the neighborhood. And to pull a quote from this that I believe very succinctly sums up my thesis is that cities evolve and by necessity allow adaptations. That's kind of the theme of today, I would say, these petitions that we're looking at. We're talking about how it is that we give assurance that we are preserving the past while creating the framework so that our city can grow as it will. And so I'll turn back to a petition where the younger of the Yellens was here previously speaking about the need for a slight change of zoning in order to permit, if you remember my Publix example of, is it a restaurant? Is it food-oriented retail? So hearkening back to that petition, we identified the fact that there was likely a new zoning district that was needed to capture the changes that we were seeing here. The TNs were very nuanced in kind of their prescriptive nature for this is how we want commercial and non-commercial uses to relate within our particular district. And so the TCs do not reflect that specific level of detail that went into the TNs, but it may be time that we create a TC that has the nuance of the TNs, if that makes sense. So again, there we had a narrowly crafted text amendment that would have affected only 4 parcels that were on one half of a street at the south end of the park. So again, that was the setup for kind of today's discussion, that again, we should consider some sort of an overlay or a new district that reflects the development pressures that are coming from all the new visitors that we're seeing, that are coming from changes in the real estate market. Our city is experiencing pressure, and it is time for an adequate response to that. So with that preface, the future land use map currently indicates that these are to be used for traditional neighborhood use. And the first request here is to change this to traditional commercial. Looking at Plan 2040, it turns us to the urban core character area. Again, these are areas that are infill. They are close to our downtown. The idea is that you're going to see mixing of uses with buildings that are 2 to 4 stories in nature. That is the expectation based on Plan 2040. And so when we look at the current zoning, and again, that very prescriptive nature of some of these districts, we can see that there are already existing examples. These numbers represent square footages of existing structures that are around the park that, based on the framework that was laid out in the existing TN district, they don't meet these current standards. And it's not to say those standards are bad, but again, they are an estimation or an approximation as you guide folks toward appropriate development proposals within an area. So the maximum footprint currently allowed at this site would be 2,500 square feet. Again, here are 4 examples of structures that exceed that 2,500 square feet. And as you walk through this area, you can see that while some of these are not necessarily our favorite, again, they don't significantly detract, and redevelopment would present an opportunity to develop something that might be a little bit larger, but still contextually sensitive and appropriate within this area. And so in looking at the zoning map, we can see that these 4 parcels are presently designated TN1, Traditional Neighborhood 1. And the idea, actually the one parcel that you can't see, this doesn't reflect the rezoning that just recently happened at 17 West Park, I believe, which would be TC2. The request here is to go to TC2 also. And so comparing these standards, what these circles are doing are identifying the development standards that are the target of today's request. Over on the left-hand side, the TN, you can see that 2,500 maximum building footprint for a non-residential building, and also the height. So the height that's currently permitted in the TN1 is a maximum of 40 feet. The request is to move to TC2, which over on your right you can see the lot coverage permitted is the same, but your building footprint maximum jumps to 10,000 square feet, and your maximum permitted height jumps to 45 feet with 3 stories. So these are the underlying development standards that kind of underscore the nature and the purpose of today's request. But again, as you walk through this area, you know that there are structures, having seen this photo, that exceed the current district standards, but they are nonetheless contextual and appropriate. So this is really about form and preservation of form as we move forward into the future. I'd like to point out one thing here in looking at the criteria. So we go through a series of criteria to evaluate the appropriateness of any request. This one is whether there are other existing or changing conditions that affect the use and development of the property, which gives supporting grounds for either approval or disapproval. And so in looking at this, the request does represent a response to these changing and growing circumstances. Protective measures are in place to ensure preservation of historic structures. The traditional districts within the zoning ordinance do permit growth in the form that enhances and extends existing development pattern, allowing it to be responsive to the evolving needs of the community. But the proposal also represents an opportunity to secure a parking asset that the city has identified as a priority in advance of significant development and redevelopment. And I'm going to point to the development agreement that was signed by the city with Forsyth Park Commons on March 28th as an example of one of these circumstances that supports this change in zoning. I will also point to the Parking Matters study that I referenced earlier, which several years ago identified the need for parking assets in this area of the city, I would say somewhat in advance of the growth that we are seeing. There are several significant projects that are underway now. If you think of what I like to call the burgeoning Bull Street corridor, again, the Asbury Church, there's another upper story residential project with a restaurant that's going to be coming over at Bull Street. There are just a number of projects. Also, Mr. McCorkle mentioned the historic structures that are grandfathered with regard to parking. So again, our ordinance supports preservation of these structures so that they're not torn down. That's where your history is. But it does mean that if they were built without parking, if you're going to permit something to go in there, it is likely going to be of a greater intensity than what they may have been built for, which means you have to account for the parking elsewhere. And so it's with these types of concerns that staff looked at this and ultimately came to the conclusion that this is actually in support of previous studies and our current understanding of the developments that are in the pipeline for this part of town. I would like to note for the record that serious consideration should be given to implementation of these other associated recommendations, and by that we're talking about adjustment of parking pricing policies and strategic expansion of mobility options. Over on the right-hand side, you'll see some of the lines, and the young lady who spoke earlier, she indicated that the circulator bus was very heavily used. It's those types of circulators that we put in place to kind of connect people so that they park once and then they move on via some other circulator or other mobility option so that, you know, they don't constantly have to move their vehicle. So with that, MPC staff and the board have recommended approval of this request with the one condition that permissible uses shall consist only of those permitted in the TN1 zoning district and only in accordance with all applicable supplemental use standards. So again, you're getting the TC2 development standards with only the very nuanced and Victorian specific TN1 district standards. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you all may have.
All right, thank you very much. This is a public hearing on items number 13 and 14, and I have some names here. Elaine Picard. You're not Elaine Picard, sir.
I'm here for the petitioner.
You sure you want to do it now, or you want to wait till after you've heard the comments?
If you don't mind, I'd like to go first.
Okay. Well, after that, Elaine Picard and Elaine Pullen and Dylan Williams. So just get ready. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the record, Harold Yellen here today on behalf of the petitioner, Mr. Jeff Jepson. Also with me today is David Patterson, who is one of the owners of the property before you today. Also Neil Dawson and Michael Garcia, who are our project architects. And we're all here to answer any questions y'all may have. The proposed use that's going to be at this site will be 3 office buildings and notably a subsurface parking garage, which will be under the 3 buildings. And y'all may remember that there has been a development agreement that's been signed with the City of Savannah. Once the parking garage is fully constructed, it will be deeded to the city for $1. So the garage in question that's under the 3 buildings is your garage. It won't be our garage. The garage, and that's an important point for all of us to consider. This is somewhat of an unusual petition because usually when you rezone from one zoning district to another, you do so because you want a use that's not otherwise permitted in your existing zoning classification. That is simply not the case here. An office building and a parking is permitted in both the TC2, which is what's being requested. It's also permitted in the TN1, the existing zoning district. In fact, if you drive by now, there are 3 buildings on the site, and each of the buildings has its own surface parking. So the obvious question is, why are we here? Quite simply, we've had, I can't even begin to tell you how many meetings with MPC staff. And MPC staff, after studying our petition and NUZO, asked us to come back and rezone in this particular manner. It was their request because staff concluded that there really isn't any zoning district in NUZO that does capture a mixed-use development along major streets in the Victorian District, as Mr. Morrow previously stated, and that in the absence of such a district, the best thing to do is to seek a petition for a TC district, but only allow TN1 uses. And we agree. By the way, it took us a while to agree. We were ready to proceed as is. It took us a while to get there, but we do now understand why staff is recommending what they're recommending, and we do agree. If, in fact, City Council does approve the zoning petition before you and the flume, we will then go back to the MPC for approval of development standards, and we go back to the Historic Properties Commission, Preservation Commission, for design approval. So this is not the last step for us. In many ways, this is the first step. For the record, we continue to meet with our neighbors. We've had several meetings with the Victorian Neighborhood Association. We've met with the Downtown Neighborhood Association. We've met with Historic Savannah Foundation. We're pleased to have received a letter of recommendation from VNA, which Mr. Morrow read to you. We are aware that VNA does not represent every single resident who lives in the Victorian District. We know that. But the leadership of VNA does, in fact, support this petition. So today we do come before you with a recommendation for approval. That recommendation for approval is from MPC staff. That recommendation is from the entire MPC Commission, which voted unanimously in favor of this petition. And of course, we have the recommendation from VNA as well. We would respectfully request approval of our petition. We're more than happy to answer any questions y'all may have. So thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Yelling.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. We'll go ahead and we'll take the comments in the order in which I've described. I will start with Elaine Picard. Elaine Pullen, yes?
He said something about unanimously. What?
Yes, the Metropolitan Planning Commission is the recommending body to the City of Savannah. They voted unanimously in favor of this petition. And Mayor, as the petitioner, if I could reserve 1 minute for rebuttal, only if necessary.
Only if necessary.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Elaine Pickard, Elaine Pullum, and Dylan William, and you have 2 minutes from the point at which you introduce yourself. Then your 2 minutes will start, okay?
Hey, I'm Elaine Picard. I'm one of the 8 townhouse owners in the residences on Forsyth at 815 Whitaker. The residences on Forsyth are located on the corner of Whitaker and Bolton, a little over a block away from the proposed development by Seacrest 7 and Portfolio Holdings. I opposed a request by the developer for change in zoning from TN1 to TC2 for 1001 Whitaker, 1015, and 120 and 124 Park. Seacrest 7 and Portfolio Holdings have proposed structures that are not within the required limitations for traditional commercial 2. According to the City of Savannah Code of Ordinances, the limitations on the building footprint for TC2 is 10,000 square feet. The limitation on building height is 3 stories or a max of 45 feet. According to the sketches in the March 28th development agreement between Forsyth Commons Holdings, Savannah Economic Development Authority, and the mayor and aldermen, 2 buildings are proposed. One of the proposed buildings has a height of 58 feet and 5 stories and a footprint of 18,640 square feet. The second building has a footprint of 12,224 square feet. Both of these proposed specifications violate the TC2 zoning limitations. The traditional neighborhood districts were established to allow residential-oriented mixed-use development, but also to restrict development to non-residential uses that are considered compatible with the residential character of the neighborhood. The 2 proposed buildings are a total of approximately 116,000 square feet, much larger than any of the existing commercial structures in the vicinity of Forsyth Park. They are not compatible with the residential character of the Victorian neighborhood. Based on the information that has been provided thus far by the developers, they have no intention of adhering to the limitations of the traditional commercial 2 or traditional neighborhood zoning regulations. For these reasons, I request that the zoning change be denied by the City Council until such time that the proposed development meets the TN1 and TC2 regulations to protect the interests of the residents of the Victorian District and to uphold the zoning regulations set forth in the City of Savannah Code. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Elaine Pullen? Did I pronounce it right?
Thank you. I'm Elaine Pullen, and I'm the president of our HOA, excuse me, for the residences on Forsyth. And I represent today all 8 of our owners and properties in that neighborhood. We have properties along Whitaker Street and Howard Street. Firstly, we recognize that the existing buildings on the site in question offer no particular architectural or cultural benefit to the neighborhood. However, the scale of them does not stress traffic or infrastructure. We purchased property in this neighborhood precisely because it is not overwhelmed with tourists, traffic, and businesses. And the park is exceptional for recreation, events, and relaxation. The proposed office complex is a threat to these very important quality of life issues. Specifically, construction of the proposed buildings will seriously disrupt access to sidewalks and parking spaces, and heavy trucks will create noise and safety hazards for potentially several years. The scale and height of the proposed building is inconsistent with other buildings surrounding Forsyth Park. The number of employees working at the office complex will create traffic flow and infrastructure overloads. And there is the potential for structural damage to surrounding properties, as well as increased flooding in an area that already floods in heavy rain. It's my understanding, even if the site is rezoned from TN1 to TC2, the proposed building exceeds limits on building height and footprint, possibly other permitted standards as well. Therefore, even if the rezoning goes ahead, there are serious issues outlined above that need residents' involvement if we are to preserve the historical nature of the neighborhood. While some of the issues have been studied in the past, there has been minimal opportunity for residents to participate. This project needs to slow down so that residents have an opportunity to participate and be assured there will not be any serious negative consequences or anything that affects our significant investment in our homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Dylan Williams?
Thank you, Mayor, and all council members. My name is Dylan William. I and my wife own 911 Whitaker Street, which is the property that is closest to the proposed development. It's right opposite. So we're on the 900 block, and they're on the 1000 block. We understand the wish to develop the site and make better use of the land. We get that, and we have concerns about construction and all the rest of it, but other people will make those concerns. There are 2 points that I think are really important for the council to consider today. First, as has been mentioned already, the building could be completed with TN1 designation with the variances being sought, because it includes non-residential uses that are considered compatible with the residential character of the neighborhood, and we think that office usage is appropriate. TC2 provides for the creation of commercial corridors along higher classifications of streets that traverse historic neighborhoods. I'm quoting from the ordinances. Whitaker Street is not a commercial corridor. There is nothing on the east side of Whitaker Street other than parkland. So to describe that as a corridor, I think, is ridiculous. The reason I think the designation is being sought is because they are able to build a larger building with fewer variances. Second, we ask that if you do decide to redesignate from neighborhood to commercial, that you make the condition that there are no variances. Our concern is that this proposal is being brought in a two-stage process where the council is not able to consider the full implications until the actual plans are being brought forward. The renderings shared at the MPC meeting had, as you've heard already, two buildings, at 57 feet and 71 feet, 4 stories and 5 stories, rather than the maximum 45 feet for TC2. So you're being asked to consider something without being asked to look at the whole final proposal, and I would suggest that the council defer making this change until it gets to see the final proposal, the thing that's actually going to get built. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and you raise a very important point that Mr. Yellen, hold that because I'm going to ask you the same question. Monica Vernon, James Hunsrucker, and is it Clara Gregg? In that order? Now, Monica Vernon, you know Garth Vernon?
Yes,
Okay. He's on here too. Y'all the same?
we're related. We're husband and wife.
Okay. All
Are we
right.
both allowed to speak?
Yeah, I just said Monica might need to meet Garth. That's all. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Monica Vernon, the other Vernon, and we live at 111 West Gwinnett Street. We're 2 blocks from the proposed development. I want to say that I love our neighborhood, I love our neighbors, and I love
Could you
Savannah.
just project a little bit?
Okay, sorry. We love our neighborhood, and we're very passionate about it. When we found out about the proposed zoning and proposed subterranean parking garage and business development, like most of my neighbors, I was surprised and concerned about the impact it would have on our community. I became more concerned when a letter from the VNA was issued stating the Victorian neighborhood supported this project. It didn't seem to reflect our beliefs, and we have quite a few neighbors that are on text messages and whatnot. So I started to gather information as I could in a short time before the MPC meeting in November, but the zoning was passed unanimously. It seemed our voices weren't heard, so I started calling other preservation organizations. I called attorneys, and I asked for guidance and input. I was led in many directions. I created flyers and T-shirts, and our group began to grow. And we wanted to meet with our alderperson to discuss our concerns, to feel heard. So Alderman Leggett said he would talk to our group about our concerns. In the meantime, I gathered more information, and it's a daunting task for a citizen to get up to speed on these things. But I reached out to Reed Delaney, who is an owner, and he shared information and recommended that I reach out to Mr. Pattison, which we did. And he was very open, and he informed us of his vision. And I wanted to make sure I was well informed before I talked to him. So I read the MPC staff report front and back and went through all the supporting documentation. I started to have more of an understanding and realized the zoning recommendation was restricted and conditional. I did not know that. And that the use wouldn't exceed the NT1 zoning. I also realized the change in development is going to happen at this location. When my husband and I spoke with Mr. Patterson, we began to realize he had the same concerns as we do. He's willing to work with us on issues regarding safety. He has the same safety concerns that we would have with a 24-hour parking garage in our neighborhood. He is also from Savannah, and he will occupy this, and he cares about our history and community character. When we met with Alderman Leggett, he was very helpful, and he helped us set us up a meeting with the city manager, city engineer, and director of urban planning, and I have to commend them for helping educate us. And they were very knowledgeable about this. They had taken a lot of time. They were also helpful in discussing conditions that we could put into place that would help protect our safety, which is the overriding concern, and also perhaps a good neighbor agreement such as the type that they use with liquor
Ms. Vernon,
licenses.
you're now infringing on your husband's time.
Okay, I think he'll give me. What I realize
go
is
ahead,
this.
Go ahead and complete your thought. And
Okay, thank you. Development, I realize this, development will happen at this location, and all parties are interested in developing it responsibly, and all want to protect our community. Therefore, I support the zoning change if the conditions are built to protect the community and its character and history, and there's collaboration between the community, the city, and developers to ensure this will happen.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hunsrucker, welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor and Alderman, for the opportunity to address you. My name is Jim Hansrucker. What we have here is a serious case of office space envy. Please don't let this neighborhood be destroyed to decide which firm has the bigger office. I join the residents abutting this project in asking you to deny these requests to change the future land use map and zoning. The qualities of this vibrant historic neighborhood are protected by the current future land use map and zoning. You have the legal obligation to protect the integrity of the Jewel of Savannah, Forsyth Park, and its surrounding historic districts. This obligation trumps the wants of overzealous developers and the recommendations of the accommodating Planning Commission, both devoid of adequate preservation sensibilities. The requested change takes away the property rights of the neighbors protected by the future land use map and zoning. The city should not be accomplice in the act of this destruction. The footprint of 10,000 square feet that's allowed in TC2, it's approximately twice the size of the Buhan Falligan office building at Boland Park Avenue. The height planned exceeds the neighboring contributing buildings, and additional floors are almost guaranteed to be granted by the Planning Commission. A commercial footprint under TN1 is limited to 2,500 square feet, which is harmonious with the historic volumes and visual compatibility. The requested changes will forever desecrate the charm provided by the simple scale and massing in the neighborhood, not to mention the influx of traffic flow to the garage that would be equivalent to 17 blocks of 24-hour parking. A couple additional notes. And to avoid the loss of this federal military site, the city, for its participation, should demand for its citizens an archaeological excavation. This intersection is cited by Charles Hardy, a respected city treasurer for 42 years, as the location of Cantonment Oglethorpe housing 2 regiments. Am I done?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I am now, can I be Clara Gregg? She had to leave, or is that not permitted?
Mr. Attorney, can he be Clara Gregg?
It's up to your discretion, sir.
You don't look like Clara Gregg. I'll give you a minute to be Clara. I'll give you a minute.
Okay, I'll say what she wanted. I am here to express my strong opposition regarding this proposed zoning change from traditional neighborhood 1 to commercial of this site. I believe that such a change would have detrimental effects on the character, culture, and the overall quality of life in our historic district. The traditional neighborhood zoning not only preserves the integrity of our rich heritage, but also promotes a balanced, pedestrian-friendly environment that encourages local businesses and fosters community interactions. Transitioning to traditional commercial zoning prioritizes commercial interests that do not align with the needs and desires of residents and could lead to an influx of businesses that may not respect or reflect our community's identity. Moreover, the impact of this proposed change raises concern about increased traffic, noise, and
Manager. My name's Garth Vernon. My wife and I own the house at the corner of Howard and Gwinnett. We bought that in 2016. We spent over 3 years restoring her. She was previously owned by Flannery O'Connor's grandparents, so it's very historic. And that level of restoration gives an indication of our dedication, our commitment, and our love for our neighborhood as well as our city. And I am a certified public accountant. I'm a CPA. I'm licensed in Georgia, Florida, and Texas. And as a result of all of my dealings with my clients and our own business dealings, all of the deals that I get into are normally a win-win situation. The current proposal on the table is not a win-win. Our major concern is for safety. We do not like the fact that the public has access to this parking garage and has access to it for 24/7. We would like to work with the developers and the city to limit the hours to the same time of the hours that the park is open, which means the parking garage would close at 10 p.m. So we have met with our alderman, the city manager, the developers, and we feel that we can turn this into a win-win situation or a win-win deal if we have time to put in place a community benefits agreement. And that's what I'm asking the council's consideration for, is additional time that we need as owners, neighbors, and residents of this community, so we can sit down with the city, with the developers, and all the neighbors, so we can come up with a community benefits agreement that will put in place the safety that we need for our community.
All right, I see why y'all didn't get it together. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Sir, what is your address?
111 West Gwinnett.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan Matson.
Hello again, Ryan Madsen speaking on behalf of Nancy Maya, the president of the Victoria Neighborhoods Association. We are in support of this petition. The board of the Victoria Neighborhoods Association submitted a letter for the record in support of this rezoning, as well as outlining our decision-making process. I'll reiterate the major points for the record here. We are aware of concerns voiced by a few of our residents and believe that developers have addressed those concerns as outlined in our letter to you all. The developers have been transparent with our membership beginning over 2 years ago regarding their plans to develop an office complex with underground parking at this location. Over the past year, they have met with the board on a regular basis, and they have been responsive to our requests and feedback on the proposed development. They attended 3 V&A meetings in 2024, where they presented conceptual plans, answered questions, and took input from residents. We anticipate that this collaborative approach will continue as the project moves forward. Regarding the issue before you today, the V&A board is in support of the petitioner's request to rezone the parcels located at 1001 and 1015 Whitaker and at 120 and 124 West Park Avenue from TN1 to TC2. We believe this zoning change better reflects the way these parcels have been used historically, as well as current development patterns around the park. We also believe that rezoning serves to protect the surrounding TN1 properties by eliminating the need for the developers to request multiple variances. Additionally, the petitioner has voluntarily agreed to limit new uses to TN1 standards, which addresses concerns about future uses which some residents perceive as incompatible with the surrounding TN1 properties. We do not believe, for example, that a future use such as a gas station would be realistically proposed or approved for this important site on Forsyth Park. And Nancy concludes by asking you, she says, I respectfully request that City Council approve this petition. And if I've got 10 more seconds, on a personal note, as someone who teaches urban design and has a background in architecture and landscape architecture, I think arbitrary height limits are not the best measure for deciding what suits a neighborhood or what is contextual. A better measure of a building height and mass and setback would be how it relates to the streetscape of Forsyth Park and the mature tree canopy. So, live oak tree is a good measure to look at a building mass. We have a 6-story building on Gwinnett whose parapet wall rises just above the mature tree canopy. Just opposite that on Forsyth Park is Hotel Bardo, which really nicely frames the streetscape. So we feel that the proposed building will also be a civic addition to Forsyth Park that's very contextual. So that's my own personal statement, not representing VNA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will go. Okay. So, Mr. Yellen, you have your minute.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to correct a few comments made. One of the speakers mentioned that they were against the design of the building.
Use your outside voice, Mr. Yellen.
I'm happy to. Is that better?
Yeah. Is it better? Yes.
Is the thing working?
I'll speak with or without the mic. Which do you prefer?
Touch the top of your mic to see if it's working. The spongy part up top.
Give it a little.
Yes. There you go.
Okay. I
It's on.
maybe y'all were trying to cut my mic.
Yeah.
As much as you'd like to. Just a few quick comments. One of the speakers said they were against the design of the building, and I'm being urged by the architects of record to tell you that there is no final design. That is for a later meeting. There is not a design, and in fact, the speaker mentioned 2 buildings. And the last design that I've seen has 3 buildings. So we know that there is at least some information out there that's simply not correct, but that will be heard at a different venue. Another speaker said they were concerned about the commercial uses that will be coming. It's important that everyone understand that even though we're changing the zoning classification, we're keeping the uses from the existing TN zoning district. There will be no change of use. And that's a very important distinction. It's one that MPC staff has recommended. It's one that we resisted for a long time because I personally had a problem with having a zoning district with different uses. But I've been convinced of the wisdom of the way. And so we are going along with MPC staff recommendation to change our zoning, but we're not changing any use that's not already permitted on the site. When we leave here, we have at least 2 more boards to attend. We must go back to MPC, where development of this site will be addressed. A number of the comments made addressed development. This is the wrong forum. The comments addressing design, this is the wrong forum. We must go back to Historic Preservation Commission. So with that, if I could close by just quoting our staff, it's one line that I'm not sure was communicated. Staff is saying that the requested amendment, the one that they are urging that you approve, is more akin to a correction of the future land use map to reflect uses already in place, and that the flume designation more closely resembles the Plan 2040 character area. That's why we're here, to establish the canvas that we can paint on, but we have a long way to go. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very
members
much.
of council.
Is there a motion to close the hearing?
Mr. Mayor, move to close the hearing.
Second.
Yeah.
Properly moved and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Just quick point, and I think, Ms. City Manager, the ownership of the parking garage determines the operation of the parking garage. If we own the garage, then certainly we can determine the hours of operation, correct?
The city would operate the garage. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So, Council, any comments? What's your pledge regarding this?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I asked that first, since we closed the hearing, I asked that item 13 and 14. I'm asking for the items to be first reading only.
Second.
All right. Well, it requires, for first, second reading, if I'm correct, it requires all of us have to agree for it to be first and second. So, therefore, it's on first reading. It's just first reading.
Is that first reading?
No action taken. All right, y'all understood what happened?
But can I get a second, Mr. Mayor?
Well, I mean, it's no second.
No, I'm saying, can I have a second to say something?
Oh, yeah, but it's first reading. So
I know. I just want to find out from the city manager if is there, with this being said, is there opportunity for the neighborhood to have a conversation now only with Mr. Yellen and also the petitioner to because when they go before all of the other meeting spaces, they'll have a good neighbor agreement, or they'll have something that they've already had a conversation with the neighbors and the surrounding neighborhoods that it'll probably make it look better for them if they've had a conversation to move forward.
Yes, Alderman Leggett, I think you're right. With the first reading applied here, this would be on the January 9th agenda for a second read, and I think it only behooves the petitioner to meet with those neighbors more, and it seems like from some of the comments that they've done that, so I would expect them to continue to do it.
I just want to make sure that we do our continued due diligence with the entire community, because if one or two residents or neighbors have not been invited to the conversation, then we'll be at this again. Somebody else will come in, but I think this opportunity, we can't pass this opportunity to have a conversation, sir.
Thank you. I think for what's requested, I mean, we're required to have a public hearing. We have done that. The petitioner asked what's called first and second readings. It takes 2 readings in order to be able to do what's been requested. In order for it to be held on 2 readings at the same meeting, it requires all 9 of us to agree to do it on first and second readings. Because Alderman Leggett has opposed going on first and second readings, then it automatically reverts to first reading, which means that it will be on the next agenda January 9th.
Yes, sir.
It'll be on January for second reading. Now, second reading is a little different because we've already had the hearing. So essentially, we come and we vote. Yeah. And so whatever happens between now and then, be it over Christmas, be it over Hanukkah, be it over Kwanzaa, be it over New Year's, on January 9th, we meet again and the council will decide. Alderwoman Bell.
So I guess I just don't understand. Who is the neighborhood? I mean, we've heard from folk from as far away as. Anyway,
we have
who is the neighborhood?
We
is
have
it
3 different. The Victorian neighborhood. We also have the Forsyth Park neighborhood, and we have a brand new neighbors that live at Howard, around Howard Street, that are
those individuals as well.
Yes.
So, in spite of the fact that, I mean, I'm not knocking whatever. I mean, because we come back and at the next council meeting and for a second reading, you know, that's okay. But I guess I want it clear what's expected to transpire between now and the next reading.
That's just a lot of work between us, especially you and also Alderwoman Blakely being at large can also work with me to work with the community to find out what else can we do to broker conversations, you know, and to get to the finish line. I just want to make sure that we give everybody an opportunity.
So let me just
because I went to the meeting on Sunday.
Well, I've been to a number of meetings because I live in the neighborhood and have lived in the neighborhood for over 40, at least 40 years. Right. And I will say that for the years that I have been there, on the other side of the park, I don't think this particular block, Park Avenue, Whitaker, what is that, Howard? I don't know that this block has ever been operated as a traditional TN1, I guess. It's always been commercial. I don't remember ever in those 40 years.
I think the only
and I
thing
think that was part of what the Victorian Neighborhood Association president stated in her letter.
I'm not disputing that at all. I mean, I think the funeral home at one point was, before it was
originally
commercial. When it was originally
built, it was residential, but
and the
like
funeral
I said,
home originally was
I've
down the
been
street
there.
before it was moved.
Well, I guess I don't know what is expected to occur over these next.
Well, I'm for the public. I'm just going to do a lot of work to get to the finish line before the 9th. And if I need to talk to Mr. Patterson and talk to the neighbors, we're just going to come back on the 9th, and I report back to you what we're all going to come up with. So I bring everybody to the table and get everything that we can do. So do my due diligence.
Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Johnson.
Yes, ma'am.
Alderman Leggett stated that he would speak with, you would want our assistance with this. Unfortunately, I don't agree with this particular project because of the way it's going to affect the community. I don't believe in the underground parking. Once it starts, it's going to affect some of the homes in the area. It could possibly mess up the foundations of those homes, and I just don't agree with that being done. When they came to us with the project in the past, before, we had several of the residents that spoke to them being in disagreement with what was going on. So, I can go with you to the meetings, but I just want you to know my stance before we even get there.
I appreciate that, but Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to respectfully give all parties an opportunity to speak with their elected officials and tell what their parties is.
Procedurally, we're where we are. It's first reading. So,
Right.
Unless you are changing your mind.
No.
Okay, have you? No. Okay, well, it's first reading. So, you had something you wanted to say?
It's first reading.
That's first reading.
Mr. Mayor.
First reading.
I'd like to say something. I heard some things when the residents came up. I have a problem with the 24-hour parking, and I know we can control that. I think the bars around there, the restaurants, whatever time they close, the park close, I don't see why at this point, maybe some years in the future, we might need 24-hour parking. But right now, I think it would be more of a hindrance against safety, so let's deal with that. The young lady mentioned about protecting and the preservation, the history, the character of the area. So when you all meet and have these discussions, I think you need to have something there that acknowledges or addresses that the developers, in partnership with the community, is taking the history and the character into consideration and doing something to make sure it's protected. Also, the gentleman spoke about a community benefit agreement. That makes sense. That's something I've been advocating for many, many years, but we do not have a CBO, a community benefit ordinance, that would dictate how a community benefit agreement would work. A community benefit agreement, a CBA, is a legal document that you can hold people accountable for. It's a tool that we use in asset-based community development. However, we do not have an ordinance right now. You don't need to have that in order to deal directly with a developer. If you were going into a deal with the city, or if the city had a project that was impacting your community, your quality of life, of course, we would need something to dictate how we develop a CBA. But because your situation, because your grievance, whatever, is with the developer, you all could, between you two, come up with a CBA. That's legal, which is a legally binding agreement. So these good neighbor agreements, they don't have any teeth. They won't hold up. But it's nice to have because people are showing their intentions. So that's a good thing. It's a good project. It's something that is needed because of what's happening with real estate and businesses and office space in Savannah. But I'm glad this is the first reading, and so when you all go back to the table, these are things you will discuss, so we could try to come to a win-win, or you could have an opportunity to sit at the table to negotiate your needs. So I look forward to the 9th, if I'm in the country, so we could get this done. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. All right, moving on, because I want to go home before Christmas Eve. So 15 is petition of Robert McCorkle on behalf of Spear Property LLC to zone 677 acres located 420 Bush Road and 302 Bush Roads for residential agriculture to PDR SM's planned development, reclamation, surface mining to planned development. Bridget Liddy.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
My name is Bridget Liddy. I'm Director of Planning and Urban Design with the City of Savannah. I'm here to speak with you today about a petition that we have received for an annexation of about 667 acres of property that is out off of Bush Road.
667, 677.
667?
Okay, just for our record, just the agenda says 670, plus or minus, but.
Oh, 677, sorry.
Okay.
My mistake. In any event, this is a location of where the site is. It's towards the lower portion. You can see I-95 and Highlands surrounds it on both the north and the west portion. As we zoom in, we can see where it's also in close proximity to the city of Pooler, unincorporated Chatham County to the south, as well as the city of Savannah to the north and to the west. As we look at it, it's currently zoned RA, which is residential agriculture, and PDR SM, which is Plan Development Reclamation Surface Mining. And what the proposal is on the table right now is to rezone the property to planned development to help support residential and or mixed-use development not to exceed 1,500 housing units. This property is being annexed into the city because we have the utility services that can help support the development. And with the development, no portion of it will be industrial. This coincides with a proposal, an intergovernmental agreement that you all approved at the last meeting back on November 26th for improvements to occur on Little Neck Road, as well as other agreements to help facilitate the annexation of this property. This particular item coincides with item number 21 on the agenda. And if you have any questions, I'll be more than willing to answer them. To be clear, this proposal will need to go back to the MPC for a full plan development process, which needs to follow Article 6 in the zoning ordinance. So you will see this come back in front of you once it gets processed at MPC and comments are received from the public, and all other development processes will have to be followed. And I don't know if the petitioner wants to come up and say anything.
Okay, or do you want to reserve until after we got comments? Okay. It's like deja vu this entire meeting. It's the same people.
Y'all,
I mean, we'd have waited in a year, right?
Harold and I, it's got to be exhausting, I know. I'm sorry.
It's called billable hours, right?
Yeah, I'll reserve a Harold Yell in 1 minute if I need it, I guess, maybe. But a lot of work is going on in this annexation. This is a great expansion of the city. It's been being worked on for quite some time. Originally, when we applied for this annexation, the county objected to the annexation and filed an objection with the state, claiming that we were creating islands, although the law in Georgia allows municipalities to nibble away at those islands to make them smaller, which is what we're doing here. We're doing this partially to be able to provide services to a large area of town that currently doesn't have them. The client and myself have been working with the city and the county on this and working on the intergovernmental agreement that goes along with it that y'all approved at the last meeting, again, for some time. I'd like to thank the city manager and the city attorney, as well as county manager and the county attorney and other officials involved in trying to get that agreement done. The intergovernmental agreement, as it written, provides specifically for the county to withdraw its objection to the annexation of this property, which the county did withdraw, and to provide for the annexation into the city and the zoning of this property as PD. The two main protections that are in the intergovernmental agreement that y'all approved at the last meeting were in response to comments of the residents in the area. One was that no portion of this property can be zoned industrial or used for industrial uses. The second was there would be no access from this property directly onto Bush Road. Both of those things are included in the intergovernmental agreement, and so both of those things will be true when we move forward with the master plan. In addition to the community benefits of providing for the widening of Little Neck and the maintenance of Little Neck, designating this property as PD is really just a placeholder to create the framework by which the owner will come back over the next 6 months and develop a master plan to develop residential communities to serve the much needed housing needs of the city of Savannah in the future. We'll be working on that master plan with Bridget and her team and with the MPC and their staff in the coming 6 months. As was mentioned by staff, what we're doing is consistent with the future land use map, which already designates this property as PD. And we just support staff's and city manager's recommendation for approval. And again, appreciate the very hard work of the folks in the city and the county that have worked to get this property annexed into the city.
All right. Thank you, sir. This is a public hearing, hopefully the last one for today. And so we have Carrie Bieber. Is it Michael or Mache? Benny Washaw, and Leslie Sheehan. In that order, you have 2 minutes from the moment where you introduce yourself. The clerk will start the clock, okay? Would somebody, Mr. Anthony, would you, somebody move that, move that, but somebody trips over it and sues us.
Another gift.
Yeah. Thank you. Is there any way, Alderwoman Bernier?
I can see that.
Okay. All right.
Hi, y'all. Before I speak, can we have a discussion in the future for maybe adding written public comments to the agenda?
The council, our policy is they're sent to the council and they are distributed among council members. That's so. I mean, for example, this is written comments on another issue. So we have all of them. We all receive it.
Okay.
And it's a public record.
Yes, sir. My concerns, the public doesn't know they have to do open records request to see them. So I was wondering if they can be attached to the agenda as other practices.
Well, we'll take that under advisement.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so my name is Carrie Bieber. I'm with the West Chatham County Community Watch. I'm the leader of that Community Watch. I thank you for letting me come up here and speak on this item. I did send some written comments. Hopefully you got them. We have recently had the Jacob Fox Gould House put in on the Register of Historic Places. We do have a lot of historic property out here. We would like to see a cultural resource study done in this area. The person who I have personal history where it mentions that Mr. Gould ran into a Union soldier out there on Canal Bank Road. We have a lot of history in this area that needs to get looked at. I'm happy to see the city and county working together. Our community has worked very hard to ask everybody to please come together and work in favor of the community. In this particular case, we have not been contacted to have a community meeting, even though we are a neighborhood association as listed on the SAGES neighborhood maps. Okay, we're an open neighborhood. We were not contacted. We very much want to be involved in conversation, and we're very hopeful when this goes to the MPC that we can also put a community benefit agreement in place. We can also get to give our interest in what goes on in preserving our history, the same as the other people here that you've heard today. This is why this meeting should be postponed. Again, there was no meeting held, no community meeting. The City of Savannah Code of Ordinances, Section 3.2, Public Notice, under 3.27, neighborhood meeting is required. Registered on SAGES as an open neighborhood. There are even 2 properties touching this property that's allowing this one to go up for annexation. I have all the documentation to show you that this property is within the boundaries of our neighborhood association as agreed from 2021. I have information with me to show you that West Chatham County Community Watch is listed on both Belford property, New Hampstead property as being the point of contact for these neighborhood meetings.
Ms. Bieber?
Yes, sir?
You're at time, so go ahead and complete your thought, ma'am.
Okay. Excuse me, sorry.
No problem.
So that is the reason why this should be postponed. I did have a very nice conversation with Mr. McCorkle. He reached out to me Tuesday. We spoke yesterday. The agreement we had when we spoke was that it would not be considered a community meeting because the 7 days had passed. So we do look forward, Mr. McCorkle, to speaking with you moving forward and community input being weighed in this decision, and I do ask for this to be postponed based on the law not being followed.
Thank you. Quick question, Ms. Bieber, just to clarify. You live in the city of Savannah, or you live in Chatham County?
I live in Chatham County.
All right. Is your neighborhood association a city organization, or is it a county?
It is a registered neighborhood
City of Savannah?
association in the city of Savannah on the neighborhood association in Sages.
Mr.
It is
Manager?
on open neighborhood.
Thank you. Mr. Manager? Mr. Manager, Mr. Attorney, about the, could you?
I think we can
I have
research that.
documentation.
One second.
Now,
One second, ma'am.
I'll note that this is because it's an annexation, it's a first reading only.
Correct.
So the second reading will be on January 9th.
There was a zoning petition. I have documentation showing we're on open neighborhoods.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mrs. Beaver, thank you so much for coming today. With the development, the great development that's going on out in the far west of the 5th District in the city of Savannah, it abuts the county, and we are doing, as this particular line item is stating, it's a part of an annexation that is being asked to be done. Because this is on first reading, I would, as I talk with you in reference to this, and I'm glad you're here, and everybody else, and this is for the record because it is on the record. With this annexation, I will be, as I always do, when it comes to our great development that's going on in the west part of our city, that we will have conversations, and I will be with the city manager and his staff in reference to this item. So when it comes back in January, that we will have all the necessary conversations that we need to have and the necessary meetings that we need to have, because as we know that our housing inventory is needs to be increased, and we also know that the west part of our city is where we're going to make it happen. So I agree with you in reference to being, and I know your concern is being a part of the conversation, and I agree that when we have meetings and this is what we need to do, people who own property out here and coming to the MPC, we can all just work together and not have any type of tension and arguments, because all of this development is good for the good of everybody. So I am asking, as the attorneys, the planning folks, all of you, that we include, and this is what I like, I mean, this has been my practice as a representative of the 5th District, that the people's voice is at the table or at the table when we are doing this work. So this should not be an exception. So City Manager, I'm asking that we work, as we always do, work close on this, and Mrs. Beaver, you're no stranger to this, and as I stated to you, with the IGA, with the county and the city that we passed on our last city council, I accredit it to the work of many years that you, your organization, the citizens out in the West have been doing in order for something like the IGA. See, the IGA didn't just happen yesterday.
Alderwoman.
Okay, so yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
We were just taking public comment, so.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. But I just want you to know that we're not leaving you out.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Thank you.
So, Mr. Manager, since there is some question that she raised about our obligation to notify, if you would just investigate and report to council. Thank you, Ms. Beaver.
I would like to submit this as
You
evidence of
can
us
submit it to the
being
clerk. You can submit it to the clerk.
open neighborhoods. Thank you.
Benny Washaw.
What was that? What's up, Benny Warshaw from? Michael Love.
City that was approved and stamped with the NPC December 3rd. Postmarked on the 4th, and Ms. Bieber receives this letter that I just held up on the 7th. It's the fastest I've ever seen our postal service work. So we were kind of basically left out of the that neighborhood meeting. So I respectfully ask that the decision be tabled until we come together as a community. That's all.
Thank you. Well, it technically is tabled. It's on first reading. Mr. McCorkle, you have some time, sir, between now and January 9th. I guess, Mr. Manager, I think added to that assignment is I want to know is the city required? I mean, how do we recognize? I mean, I know we recognize organizations, neighborhood associations within our purview. What is our obligation as it relates to neighborhood organizations that we can't necessarily certify because they're not necessarily in our gates? So I've just, if you just add that to your report to us. One thing
We will, and I know that the city attorney is researching that now. It's not an obligation of the city.
Right.
This was also a provision within the IGA as well on the orderly adoption or the orderly annexation of this property as well that was adopted by council at the last meeting. But we will have a report on those concerns from Ms. Bieber and from the HOA vice president as well, and provide that to council and provide that to them.
Thank you. This, Mr. McCorkle, just, again, you're hearing this, so, I mean, obviously people saying they're not being communicated with, so, I mean, it could be an opportunity to do that.
Two quick comments. Just
really quick, sir.
When we originally started this annexation back the first time, we did have neighborhood meetings with the neighborhood prior to the beginning of that original annexation process. There's a little bit different than a traditional traditional zoning in the sense that it's a zoning that's being attached to this in connection with the annexation.
Right.
The PD designation doesn't really mean, there is no use currently. So those discussions that we have with neighborhood associations are about the use, and that process hasn't even started yet.
Right.
So I promise Ms. Bieber, we will fully include them in the whole discussion just like we normally would, and we'll meet with the neighborhood and include them in the process.
Thank you. This is somewhat unique. Michael Love.
Good afternoon, Mayor Johnson, council members, my fellow residents. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak before you today. The last time I stood here, it was to oppose the proposal that would have placed massive warehouses in the heart of our community. Together, we successfully stopped that effort, recognizing it would have been a detriment to the character and livability of our community. Today, I come before you not to oppose development outright, but to urge a more thoughtful and deliberate approach to what is being proposed. The current request for rezoning to build yet another dense neighborhood raises serious concerns, not just about its design, but about its impact on the people who call this area home and on the community at large. We are witnessing neighborhoods being built at an unprecedented rate, bringing more people into our area without the infrastructure needed to support them. This is not sustainable. Schools are overcrowded, roads are increasingly congested. Bush Road and Little Neck Road, already struggling to handle existing traffic, are breaking down under the weight of commercial vehicles. For example, they're building a substation on Bush Road, the Georgia Power Company is. They've brought around 10 to 12,000 loads of dirt into the area. There's dump trucks in our neighborhood all day long, 8 or 9 hours a day. And as a result, the road is crumbling under it. The road wasn't built that well to begin with. It's like an eggshell layer on top of sand, so it's gonna crumble. And it has, they put steel down in place of concrete. So on top of these infrastructure challenges, the area is grappling with increased litter, which is becoming an alarming issue because of more people in the area. The deterioration detracts from the natural beauty and pride of our community. Compounding this is the decision made years ago to permit a garbage dump just 2 miles away on certain days when the wind is right and it gets ripe around there. On top of these, but it doesn't have to be this way. We have an opportunity to break this cycle of reactive cookie cutter development, and this did create something meaningful, something that respects and enhances the natural beauty and resources of our area. What I would ask the council to do is to delay the vote. Of course, you said it's first reading, so delay the vote and consider putting in structures that would enhance the community, such as grocery stores, commercial development areas where it's not just you're not just dumping more people on us. We need places to, go and shop instead of having to drive 10 miles to Pooler or another 10 miles to Savannah to get groceries. If you're putting 5,000 or 10,000 more people in the community, it's going to be a burden.
What's wrong with driving to Savannah to shop? We like that.
Well, I like to save gas.
We like your money. Thank you.
Well, you're getting most of my money anyway. So.
Well, thank you very much. Again, this is just for a planned development, so it could be some of those aspects in there. So there's another step. This is just
that's
for.
What I would like to see eventually. My mother was killed in 1989 on her way to the grocery store on Abercorn Expressway.
Wow.
And, so a grocery store in the area would be kind of nice. That way I don't have to drive so far to get to what I need.
Mr. McCorkle is right over there.
Mr. McCorkle.
Wave your hand, Mr. McCorkle. All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Sheehan, Leslie Sheehan.
Good afternoon. I'm
Good
Leslie
afternoon.
Sheehan. I am a representative of the president of the Cypress Creek Homeowners Association. I spoke with you in opposition to this petition last time. I'm going to hurry through some points.
Sure.
So let me just get to it. The HOA did not receive any notice with regard to your November 26th meeting where this IGA was discussed and approved by you, nor did we receive any notice from the county commission. The IGA is not a proper vehicle for this zoning amendment to be attached, and this is what I mean by that. The IGA that you all passed is unenforceable with regard to this developer's property. The IGA that you guys passed focused on Little Neck Road from I-95 to Ogeechee Road. That's not where this property is. The IGA that you guys passed says that, it is the intention of this body to enter into a similar agreement in the future with regard to Little Neck Road from 95 to I-16. That's unenforceable. It doesn't provide any teeth with regard to this developer and what he wants to do, nor does it provide us any protections with regard to the language about no industrial development. There's no teeth to that. Furthermore, your IGA agreement provided an expiration date of 6 years. I'm sure you all are aware that New Hampstead was approved for development in 2006. It's nowhere close to being developed. You've got 2 other developments right down the street from us. They're not close to being developed. There's no way that this gentleman is going to get his development up and running within 6 years. It's just not going to happen. So therefore, you approve this today, you approve his zoning, you approve his annexation. In 6 years, it's going to be gone. And I'll finish up with, this is the zoning hearing, am I correct? So the annexation is a different petition, because I can wait to speak on that. But the annexation is not one of the 2 parcels, the one that's on the north side of LNR, the Little Neck Road. It's not contiguous to any city property. It's not 50 feet. Not even 50 feet of that piece of property is contiguous to any city of Savannah property. I can show you the tax maps. I can show you the tax identifications for each adjoining parcel. There's not one iota of that piece of property that is connected to the city of Savannah.
Ms. Sheehan, thank you. Mr. Manager, Mr. Attorney, does this meet the requirements for annexation? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. So, is there a motion to close this hearing?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to close the hearing.
Second. Properly moving to second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. So this is on first reading, item number 21 to January the 9th. Obviously, there is still opportunity over the ensuing weeks to be able to communicate. Yes,
I
ma'am.
had a question, but I needed Bridget. Sorry.
Miss Liddy?
Get you. Miss Liddy. I
And
really wanted to
22.
look at your
21 and 22.
Okay.
first slide again. If it's still there.
Y'all pull up the slide presentation again?
They gone.
While she's doing that, item number 22 is also on first reading as well. 21 and 22.
The first slide?
You were showing some proximity to the Highlands. I wanted to get my bearings on that.
So the Highlands are going to, it's actually New Hampstead, excuse me, it's New
Okay.
Hampstead,
Okay, yes,
and it would
yes.
be to the west and to the north.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Sheehan, that information that you're saying that they're not, I'm right here, that it's intent as opposed to a fact, where did you get that information from?
It's in the IGA agreement.
Oh.
Mr. Manager?
Okay. Do we have a copy of that? Did we get a copy of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
November 26th, which none of the neighbors knew anything about, so we could not appear at that city council hearing.
Right, but with all due
Okay.
respect, though, you're county residents, and so it had to be approved by the county, and so the county would have had the responsibility to notify you on their end. I mean, they had to approve it as well. So I don't believe the city had a responsibility to notify a person a body that's not our citizens.
Right.
The county should have notified you that this IGA was being done as it relates to you. I think they had an obligation to you. I'm sorry they didn't notify you. But I believe that's their responsibility.
Yes, it is.
I know we're parsing it, but on the other end of it, we can't necessarily be responsible for
Right.
people that we don't have jurisdiction on,
Mr. Mayor.
Are asking to annex and rezone property that is next to ours.
which is why we're having this hearing today.
But that's what the IGA was about.
That is what we're having the hearing for. Mr. City Manager?
The intergovernmental agreement between the city and the county, and also had a third party with the petitioners for this annexation, dealt with a number of issues, and were not all related. We also know very well that this is a lawful petition for annexation because the city attorney's office and city staff prepared for a lengthy opposition hearing from the county, which the county withdrew. The IGA that council approved dictates the shared cost for the widening and improvements of Little Neck Road from Ogeechee to the intersection of I-95, which is not in front of this annexation. The commenter is right about that. And there is an intention in the provision that the city and county would share in the cost of the widening of Little Neck Road from the intersection at 95 to the Bloomingdale line at I-16. So she's correct about that, but that intention is pretty important given that Little Neck Road is right now a county road and has been under-maintained only at the expense of the residents who use it there. And I think that agreement is a pretty important one in that it sets out a path forward to improve that roadway and then for the city of Savannah to take on the ownership and operation and maintenance of that roadway in the future.
Come on now. Mr. Mayor.
Dean Kicklighter.
Yes.
District 7.
One time, we would have unincorporated county over here, city over here, and we had these gaps in between. But because of the growth and development, we're closing these gaps. And so now, we got one side of the street is county, one side is city. So we're going to have to change the way we operate. The MPC, city, county, we need to talk because the residents deserve better as far as notification and make sure they get all the information. We got to do better about serving these residents. So we have a responsibility, even if we have to call our county counterparts and say, did you guys notify your people? Just let's keep that in mind because we do need to consider these residents and give them some better options for being able to respond. Please, let's look into that, Mr. Manager.
Thank you. All right, we're moving on now. Item number 20 is adoption of a stormwater utility fund ordinance. This is something we've discussed for some time. This is no funding associated with this. This just creates the stormwater cost center and provides a future revenue mechanism for us to fund our stormwater department. The city manager coming back to us in 2025 about options about funding it. This just creates the fund. Is there a motion? Yes, ma'am.
Before we vote on it, though, may I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me. Having gone through the experience of the fire fee, the infamous fire fee, I would like to suggest or ask my colleagues to think about, and this has nothing whatsoever to do with creating the just the infrastructure here. I guess is what we're doing, the financial infrastructure. I think it's important that we give the citizens, the business community, and the citizens an opportunity to be involved in this process. So all I'm asking is that we consider, before voting on moving forward, full speed ahead, just consider engaging the citizens, the business community, and the citizens in the decision-making process.
That's baked into what we do. I was a veteran of the fire fee as well.
I know.
And we will not go through that again.
Sure.
So this just creates the utility. And so once city manager comes back, then we can talk about how we float this out, not only to make the case for it, but also, again, to talk about how it's implemented, if it's implemented. But we wanted to have the mechanism in place. So there's been a motion in a second.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Regarding the adoption of the Stormwater Utility Enterprise Fund Ordinance, I move that the first reading be considered the second and the ordinance placed upon its passage and passed.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 8-1. Thank you very much. Under purchasing items, go through items number 24 through 39.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion for the approval of the purchasing items number 24 through 39.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded that we approve items number 24 through 39. Item number 24 is a contract for the design of a single-lane roundabout for Kimley Horn and Associates in the amount not to exceed $487,800. Item number 25, authorize the city manager execute a contract modification number 2 for sewer lift station parts and pumps with Xylem Incorporated in the amount not to exceed $300,000. Item number 26, authorize city manager to execute a contract for 13 2.5-ton flatbed dumping trucks with National Automotive Fleet Group in the amount of $1,545,695. Item number 27, authorize city manager to execute a contract for 2 5-cubic yard dump trucks, 1 16-cubic yard dump truck, and 1 flat truck chassis with Mack trucks in the amount of $503,730. Item number 28, authorize city manager execute contract modification number 1 with Azure Software Services from Insight Public Sector in the amount not to exceed $22,500. Item number 29, authorize city manager execute a contract with SL Development for a digital advertising campaign for the Savannah Police Department, the amount not to exceed $99,996. Item number 30, authorize city manager execute a contract for design services with Greenwich Columbarium with Greenline Architecture in the amount not to exceed $79,900. Item number 31, authorize city manager execute a contract for street repair and resurfacing with APAC Atlantic Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $4,400,000. Item number 32, authorize city manager to execute contract modification number 1 for citywide HVAC maintenance and repairs to Bowen Mechanical in an amount not to exceed $475,750. Item number 33 is notification for an emergency purchase for various equipment from United Rentals in the amount of $92,636. Item number 34, notification of emergency purchase for a 60-inch man repair with Ruby Collins in the amount of $677,710. Item number 35, notification of an emergency purchase for roll-off and Vector services with Badger in the amount of $297,244. Item number 36, this must be Christmas. Authorize the city manager to execute a contract for 2 bar screens from Cornerstone H2O in an amount not to exceed $1,740,000. Item number 37, authorize city manager to execute a contract extension for storm-debris removal at Ashbridge, primary, serious environmental services, secondary, and DRC emergency services tertiary in the amount that will vary based on the severity of the natural disaster. Item number 38, authorize the city manager to execute a contract modification number 1 for debris monitoring and oversight services from Goodwin Mills, Kaywood, local in amount not to exceed $600,000. Item number 39, authorize city manager to execute a contract to build for design, manufacture, and install a prefabricated restroom building from restroom facilities in the amount not to exceed $264,927. As you remember, that's the Signature Playground at Daffin Park. You've heard the motion. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. We've done airports. We're going to something I'm excited about for Savannah to become a B city, B-B-E-E. City USA membership. It's a program that recognizes and supports and encourages pollinator conservation in cities, towns, and counties. And is there a motion for that?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I move to approve the resolution item as written in the agenda.
Second. Properly moved and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. 48, authorize the transfer of 4 city-owned lots and the use up to $5,500,000 from the Savannah Affordable Housing Fund to help provide development and permanent financing to create 16 affordable 2-bedroom apartments and supportive services facility for persons and families experiencing homelessness, exiting homelessness, and or at risk of becoming homelessness due in part to rising housing costs. Someone say amen.
Amen.
Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I ask that we authorize the transfer of 4 city-owned lots for the use of up to $5,500,000.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. We'll take 49 through 53. 49, approval of a water sewer agreement with Clayton Properties, DBA Mungo Homes and Developers Capital, LLC for Hopeton Landing West. This is a development consisting of 275 single-family homes off of Little Neck Road in the Travis Field Service Area in Alderman District 5. 50, approval of the 5th Amendment to the 2001 Water Service Agreement with the City of Port Wentworth to provide adequate water supply. 51, license agreement between the Mayor and Alderman of the City of Savannah and 33 Bull Street LLC, a limited liability company, 4888 LLC, limited liability company, and 150 Listener LLC, a limited liability company for the purpose of accessing electricity for the Holiday Tree. 52, approval of a water and sewer agreement with Great Dane for Great Dane Engineering Technology Center. Item number 53 is development agreement between the Savannah Wild Rescue Center and the Mayor and Alderman of the City of Savannah. Anybody?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make the motion for the items as read on the agenda.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item number 54, authorize city manager to acquire 2 parcels containing plus or minus 25.8 acres located adjacent to the Dean Forest landfill. 55, authorize city manager execute the sale of a utility easement at a price of $6,000 to facilitate water and sewer service to 1807 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Item number 56, authorize city manager to execute a development agreement with the Declarant and Homeowners Association of the Reserve at Savannah Harbor on Hutchinson Island. Item number 57, authorize city manager to grant a utility easement to Georgia Power for electrical distribution lines and equipment at Daffin Park. Item number 58, authorize city manager for approval of a sale of a surplus lot located at 1425 West Gwinnett Street to J.W. Moore Properties in the amount of $21,101.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I move that we authorize as written, as read into the
Second.
record.
Probably moved and second that we approve items number 54 through 58. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item number 59 is a settlement number 1.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to authorize the city attorney's office to settle the claims of S. Buchanan, N. Williams, and N. Buchanan for a combination of $55,000.
Second.
Been probably moved and seconded that we move to authorize the city attorney's office to settle the claims of Sahira Buchanan, Nasir Williams, and Nazara Buchanan for a combined $55,000. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. And finally, approval of the City of Savannah's 2025 state legislative agenda.
So moved.
Properly moved and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Ladies and gentlemen, that ends our agenda.
Mr. Mayor.
Let me first, before a couple of things, I want to make sure, and I don't know if it was mentioned about the passing of former Alderman Clifton Jones, who passed away this week after a long and fruitful life, 92 years old. He was a friend of mine. Certainly, he was a supporter, but more importantly, he was a colleague on the city council that I had the pleasure of serving with for many years. And so, to his family and to the Liberty City, Landover, Southover, Richfield communities that he served and grew up in terms of his public service, may his memory continue to be a blessing. I know we have a bunch of other folks that have been passing away lately, so we want to keep all of their thoughts and families in our thoughts and prayers. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, just to continue with the announcement with Alderman Clifton Jones.
Yes.
His funeral is going to be held on this coming Saturday, on Monday, December the 23rd. Monday, December the 23rd at 11 o'clock. The church is Second African Baptist Church, and the burial will be over at Greenwich off of Bonaventure Road, and the repast will be over at the Liberty City Community Center. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I want to make sure that the public knows of the passing of Miss Clara Horton Hodge. She's the mother of our Reverend Guy Hodge and Africa Hodge. So her passing was December the 9th, and her funeral is also on Monday at 11 o'clock. It will be at St. Paul on Barnard.
Yes,
Thank you.
Mr.
We
Mayor.
also had, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, so much loss. I want to announce the passing of Miss Nellie Fagans,
Yes,
the
Rib
owner
Hut.
of the Rib Hut, resident of Garden City, but a long-time business woman and owner in the West Savannah area. And she's also a relative and the grandmother of Pastor Andre Osborne, and her celebration of life will be this Saturday at Tabernacle Church.
That's right, and the ribs are great, legendary.
Yes.
And then also the passing of Savannah songbird, Miss Sadie Perkins.
Miss Perkins.
And her service is
Sadie
Saturday
What time?
at 10 o'clock, I believe at Temple of Glory.
That's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long year, the first year of the 140th administration. Let me thank all members of council. This is not for the faint of heart, and I know that you put a lot of time, effort, and sweat equity. Let me thank you from the bottom of my heart for the work that you do. People say it's part-time. You know it's quite different. It consumes your life. I'm very appreciative for all of you for the work that you do. To our city manager, thank you, sir, for the work that you do. Mr. Attorney, thank you, sir, for the work that you do. Mr. Clerk, thank you, sir, and for all of your teams. We have the greatest team of public employees in the world. We call them Team Savannah.
Yes.
And I want to thank them for what they do. When we're here, you're here with us, and so we're appreciative to you. And to personally, for my team, Marty Johnston, Sharante Turner, D. Jackson, Detective Skinner, and the folks that work with the mayor's office, we get a lot of work. and they do a great job of being able to do that. Ladies and gentlemen,
Mayor Johnson, I have one more thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, do what you can, and Mr. Manager, Mr. Attorney, Mr. Clerk, I hope that you will be flexible to allow our team where they can to spend time with their team. And self-care is not selfish. And take care of themselves, take care of their family, because January 2nd, we're going to be back at it hard in the paint again. That's what we do here in the city of Savannah. Alderwoman Miller Blakely.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Just want to let the community know, after we celebrate the wonderful Christmas holiday, we're going to be doing the Kwanzaa Crawl. It's going to be featuring local African-American cuisine and entertainment. All are invited. Mark your calendars for December 24th through January 1, 6:30 to 8:30 nightly. Participating restaurants to be announced. So please look at your social media. Look at my social media. All the information will be there to the restaurants and what have you that we will be participating with. Thank you. And to everybody, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year if we don't see you again. Bates love it. I'm feeling some kind of way.
Thank you.
I love it, but it's rather small, and you know I have a green thumb. Everybody else got big ones, so
It's going to grow. It's going to grow. He did that in anticipation. Also,
can I have yours,
Hanukkah is late this year, so Hanukkah is on here locally. We start on Sunday, December the 29th. Our celebration will be at 3:30 p.m. And we will be out there having a good time. We will release more information about that. Alderman Pertee.
All right, since this is the season of love, peace, and joy, I figured I'd leave us with a benediction, if you will.
All right, well, before you say that, may your days be merry and bright.
Wait a minute, I got announcements.
I'll say it real quick. I'm just going to say it now, and that way Miss Linda can do her thing.
Yeah, because I wanted to make sure that I announced that on Friday at the park, we're having the first formal Christmas celebration, and it was sponsored by Rackham on Fred Singer. It is a nightclub in the 3rd District and Jim Quick convenience store, so community partners are well and working in the 3rd District. I want to congratulate Magnolia Park and all for receiving their long-awaited historic designation. We're almost finished with East Savannah. I want to thank Team Savannah for the walkthrough that they did in Sackville, Edgemere. Parkwood, Fernwood is next. And I want to thank Team Savannah for the ongoing cleanup. Y'all dropped a lot of stuff on B Road. That's a stage thing, right? But we appreciate it. At least it's getting away from the residents, and that was the main objective. Thank you so much for each and everything that you do. And I'm just grateful and thankful to everybody that continues to serve. And we need to be mindful that when we celebrate the holidays, it is something that we should do throughout the year. And so thank you for the staff. Thank you for the mayor. Congratulations again. Peace and joy to each and every one of you.
So before we leave, because I have to go play an elf in a thing for the kids, I promise. The Santa Claus outfit's too big. So, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Life is short.
Yes.
We don't have much time to gladden the hearts of those that walk this way with us. So, be swift to love and make haste to be kind, and God bless you all.
May your days be merry and bright. May all your Christmases and Hanukkahs and Kwanzas be bright.
Mr. Mayor.